Reclaimers, gentlemen, welcome in. How we doing? Today, we are looking at the Manosphere. Because as you all know, the Manosphere is a bunch of guys who all believe exactly the same things, say all the same things, have all the same desires, goals in life, the same methods for getting them. We're all just a bunch of drones who've achieved maximum consensus, and we're all just following each other, just playing a long game of mimic, just going around in a circle. Everybody, wait, that's sorry, that's the Femisphere. I'm sorry, I got that mixed up for a second. No, the Manosphere, as we know, is not a monolith. It is a bunch of different guys with a bunch of different ideas, saying a bunch of different things that are all roughly centered around the same topic. And that is, well, are men and women the same? And if not, how do we deal with each other? Myriad, not monolith, yeah. How do we navigate gender dynamics if men and women are not the same? And there's a lot of interchangeability right now with the words manosphere and red pill. A lot of people out there, especially the critics, tend to think that they're exactly the same thing. Just two different words that describe the same bunch of people. We know that's not true either. The red pill is information that guys pass between each other about their experiences, about they share stats, they share stories. It's not necessarily prescriptive. It doesn't necessarily tell us what we should do or what we can do. There are elements to that. People will take the red pill and create methodologies, things that we can do. But the red pill itself is just the information. The Manosphere is just a bunch of guys talking about how men and women relate to each other. So that's the way we see it. But that's not the way most of the world sees it. Most of the people out there today at this point are still normies. They see the Manosphere very differently than the people in it. Now, I have been categorized as Manosphere against my will. I didn't sign up for this. This is not something that I put in my application. I signed up on a forum or in an app. I put in my application to be a part of the Manosphere and got accepted. No, there was nothing like that. I never asked for it. I just started talking about intergender dynamics as far as Christians relate to it. Then I started talking about accountability. Emoti, assigned Manosphere on the internet. Yeah, that's me. I have been assigned my place in the world. Now, a lot of that is just heuristic thinking. There's a lot of people who don't like it, who assign that name, that moniker, to anybody who says things that other people don't like. Once you attach that name to it, you can just say, oh, he's one of those red pill guys. He's a Manosphere guy. He's one of the bad ones. It's way easier than actually engaging with the arguments. So there's a lot of that going on. But today, I want to look at the counter arguments a little bit deeper. I'm in the Mano Cube. I like that. I like that a lot. Let's see here. Yes. So before we get into some of these criticisms, it's been suggested to me that this topic is one that has been taken over by not just people, not just ideologies, but this is something that has been infested with evil spiritual forces. And somebody pointed out to me recently that since we look into these topics, and whether we like it or not, whether we know it or not, we're coming in contact with the evil forces behind it, it would probably be a good idea for us to pray before we go diving super deep, because this stuff can get very dark. And our goal is not to get sucked into the darkness, which is what our opponents want. Our goal is to bring light to these topics. We're trying to bring truth. We're trying to bring reality in. But we are also, we've been having a lot of technical difficulties lately. Even just before this stream started, YouTube wasn't displaying what I was sending to it for some reason. I had to restart everything. Even when I get my computer fixed. By the way, I think I fixed my computer. I think. I blew out all the dust and cat hair and got rid of some malware. Discovered there was, did some scans, discovered that there's some malware on here that was causing some crashes. But we'll see if that fixed it. But I genuinely believe there's an element of spiritual attack that a lot of us are under. There's a reason why a lot of times this stuff feels so heavy to us. So, before we get started, let's pray really quick. Heavenly Father, we appeal to your power, we appeal to your grace, and we appeal to your goodness. We praise you for your power and your goodness. We lift you up and we worship you. We ask, Lord, that you'll be with us, that you'll guide us, that your Holy Spirit will be in us and among us, bringing us discernment, wisdom, but also peace and grace as we interact with these things that are dark. We ask that you'll help us to not get sucked into that darkness, but that we will instead look for ways to bring light, that we will be the salt of the earth, and that instead of making things worse, that we will make things better and bring people into your kingdom instead of pushing people away. So Lord, we ask that you'll be with us and protect us and guide us. In Jesus' name, amen. All right. Yeah, Manosphere.exe is not malware. That part, that I did not get rid of. That didn't come up on the scan when I scanned my hard drive. So, I want to start here. Oh, my buttons aren't working. Let's start with this guy. So, this is a guy who is an outspoken red pill / Manosphere critic. His name is Rafael Gomez. Women on men. I don't understand. I really don't get this. Why is it women on men? Oh. Here. The kid demands his toys. But yeah, I don't get why he's women on men. Does that mean he is getting women together on men to talk about men, or is he looking at women, what women have to say about men? I don't understand why it would be women on men if you're a man. But yeah. Let's see here. Andrew Wilson destroyed this guy and whatever. Yeah, I saw some clips of that. But that has not deterred him at all. He is still just posting like crazy. Going after the Manosphere, going after the red pill. He identifies as a woman. Maybe. It's entirely possible. By the way, while you guys are in here, hit the like button. Let's pump up the likes. Get the algorithm going on this thing. Get the algorithm moving. Get more people in here.
women are not in any way, shape, or form innately attracted to morality, virtue, all of these character traits of what we would consider to be good character traits for a good man. None of that matters diddly squat. If women were to be attracted to moral, honest, virtuous men, then why do drug dealers get paid?
This is former adult actor Sterling Cooper, and as you can tell, he's an idiot. His proof that women only like men with low morality are that some drug dealers can get girlfriends. And so because some drug dealers can get girlfriends, women don't like men of moral character. That's like saying some people die in car crashes wearing a seatbelt. That means seatbelts don't work. It's just fucking stupid. So
okay, I don't know that illustration crosses over. I don't think there's as much similarity there as he's going for, but hey, maybe he's got a solid point here. Maybe. Today, we're going to look at these critiques and we're going to try our best to give them the benefit of the doubt. As best we can.
Let's take a page out of the Red Pill book and look at what women actually do. The overwhelmingly majority of women are married to men who aren't criminals.
First of all, fix your grammar a little bit. The overwhelmingly majority of women, not exactly inspiring confidence in your ability to communicate, but
criminals. See how fucking easy that was? And if women were really only attracted to men of low moral character or criminals, then our prisons would be full of happy husbands with wives just waiting for them on the outside.
Well, okay. So, yeah, already a couple of problems with this. So, attraction is not the same thing as actually getting together with someone. Just because you want to be with someone doesn't mean you actually can or will. The other thing is that he's assuming that marriage is the goal for a lot of these women. The reality is a lot of those guys who are in jail have not wives necessarily, but girlfriends who are waiting for them on the outside. Serial killers get lots of love letters, yes. Yeah, they get fan mail, right. So he's judging it by metrics that inherently favor his position and then saying, well, this is the reality of what women do. It's an oversimplification of the information. He's not giving you the full picture. But let's give him the benefit of the doubt. Let's keep going. See if he has anything better to say.
Which isn't the case at all. And when you look at the reason most women file for divorce, it has nothing to do with, oh, he's too good of a guy or he has too high moral standing. It's normally emotional neglect, emotional unavailability.
Top reasons people file for divorce. Okay, so this is self-report. This is the reasons people say that they got divorced when they're forced to put it on public record. This is not necessarily choice-based data. In fact, it isn't at all. So, and this is something that if he knows the red pill or knows the manosphere, he should know that is what the red pill guys are looking for. If you want to change any red pill or manosphere man's mind about this particular topic, this data will not do it. This is the wrong thing to reach for. Because, of course, women are going to say things that make them look good. They're never going to self-incriminate, especially when they have to go on record. It's one of the details that we didn't really get into in the story of Jordan, the guy that we looked at in the last main video, whose wife divorced him, or took the kids and left him, forced him into a divorce. One of the things that she did is she early on was admitting that she actually hit him. Didn't just hit him, like knocked the wind out of him, like hit him pretty good on multiple occasions. But once he started recording, she stopped saying it. There were a number of other things that she had admitted to before that she stopped admitting to. And Jordan theorized that that change happened the moment she started meeting with a divorce lawyer. And the lawyer started saying, nope, you can't say that. You can't admit to that because that'll look bad in court. So you have to remember that when women are signing, that these reasons why people file for divorce are often pulled from the official filing. And that official filing will be referenced in court. So you have zero incentive to tell the truth there. Something to bear in mind.
Or even infidelity. Those are some of the top reasons women file for divorce. This isn't...
Oops. No, it's not the reasons women file for divorce. It's the reasons women say they file for divorce. It's an important distinction that he's leaving out.
Women state their preferences are. These are filings. These are what people are saying whenever...
Wait. We need to rewind for a second, because he just did something that, as a aspiring, very smart man, TM, is absolutely unbelievable. Listen to this.
Reasons women file for divorce. This isn't what women state their preferences are. These are filings. These are what people are saying whenever they get divorced.
Did you guys catch this? This isn't what people state or their preference. This is what they say when they file. Brother, those are the same thing. You're saying the same thing with slightly different words. Right. Now, yes, at that point, it's not a preference that you're talking about. That's correct. But you are still just relying on a statement. So this, a very smart man, TM, not exactly showing high IQ at this particular moment.
It's like these red pill guys want to create it.
Yeah, has Home Slice heard of perjury? Right, exactly, that's my point. There's a reason why you state particular things on your filing. That will show up in court in the custody battles. In the battle for who gets which stuff.
An audience of low morality men. The only reason you would want to do that is to...
Right, okay. Here comes the ad hominem. So this is where he transitions from the stats and the realities to the ad hominem. It's low morality men. You and I, simply because we make statements about how women behave that we've seen in real life, that makes us low morality men. Now, to be fair, there are a lot of low morality men in the Manosphere, what people call the Manosphere. The fact that someone is pointing out a particular way that women behave does not automatically make them one of them. So there's no proof, there's just a giant leap in logic to an ad hominem attack that has nothing to do with the actual logic. Let's see here. I like this. Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy on me, a sinner. Please shield Matt and all here. Please bless our enemies that they may realize our works and turn their hearts. May curses afflicted be cast back twofold. Love you. Amen. This is our good friend. He used to go by Asmodeus Thanatos, who is a former occultist who's now been reformed and repented of it. He's one of our favorite guys. He does a lot for he does a lot for us. Does a lot for the guys in the Discord. I like the new name, but yeah, thanks for the prayer. Yeah, we need as much prayer as possible because a lot of the stuff we're interacting with is exceptionally dark, and it's not just human darkness. This is spiritual forces at work. So yes, we need as many of these prayers as we can get. Yeah. Yeah, and even if the Manosphere guy is low morality, that doesn't automatically mean what he's saying is wrong. Right. That's exactly what makes a ad hominem attack the weakest of all potential attacks. It's the weakest of all arguments. Because you're not actually dealing with the logic. You're just trying to invalidate the position by invalidating the person. Now, unfortunately, it works. It works quite well on a decent number of people who aren't really thinking. Yeah, exactly.
Create some sort of insecurity in their head and then sell them something. Are there women who have dysfunction?
Okay. So this is one of the most common arguments against the red pill and the Manosphere. It's this idea that men like me are leveraging your insecurity. And we're using that to essentially buy clicks, buy attention. Oftentimes, sell courses, sell solutions, sell products. Never mind that that is the primary way that women sell things to each other. Well, that anybody sells anything to women. They leverage, think about it. How much of the stuff that women buy, because what women drive the overwhelming majority of consumer purchases, and how much of that advertising that drives women to purchase those things is their the instigation to an insecurity. Oh, well, you're not looking quite as good as the other girlies out there, so you need to spend a third of your paycheck at Sephora or Ulta. Your life's not going to be as good as Sally Joe's over there if you don't have the latest little trinket or the latest iPhone. It's insecurity farming. Well, if you're grifting, you suck at it. Thanks, I guess. I'm trying my best to suck at it, so I'll take that as a compliment. Yeah, ad hominem also induces anger, and in the minds of many, anger on the part of the one that's insulted is a sign that the abuser won the argument. That's a really good point. Yeah, that oftentimes is the goal. It's poking and prodding and trying to get the other person off balance emotionally, because usually that person is very emotional themselves and they know that, well, that would work on me, so I'll just do it to them. The antidote to that is just to remain calm and just not let it work. Let's see here. What else were we looking at? Oh, yeah. Right. So his argument here, back to this. So the argument again is that anybody who's in the manosphere is farming insecurity. We're trying to pump up and inflame your insecure thoughts about yourself, your inadequacy as a man, and we're trying to sell you solutions to that. Okay. Hey, maybe that's fair in some cases. Maybe there are some manosphere influencers out there who are doing exactly that. Maybe there are guys out there who are like, hey, you suck and you need my course in order to fix yourself. And that, maybe some guys, they're insecure, that motivates them to do that, to buy the course. Maybe. Dr. Epic, I'd say the reality is almost the opposite. We aren't insecure at all. We're all going against the grain to say what we believe and stand on it. Okay. That is the antidote to this argument. I'm glad you brought that up. Because sure, yeah, there are some guys out there who are farming some insecurity. But when you have guys that are out there just talking about how women behave, and that's it. They're just sharing the information. That has nothing to do with men's insecurity. They're just sharing information. And in so doing, they are very definitely going against the popular narratives. A lot of times, they're losing friends in order to tell that truth. This guy isn't losing any friends. He's not losing the approval of any of the women around him. He's not losing anything that he values in order to say this stuff. He risks nothing. Yeah, that's kind of a feminine attack to accuse of insecurity. Yeah, it is. Yeah, funny story about Tate. He was propped up to discredit Manosphere stuff. It's why he was allowed to balloon so big. Yeah, there's a lot of that. And yeah, a lot of the loudest voices in the Manosphere are guys that, according to you, don't represent your views on things. Again, we go back to that Kate Willett post where a bunch of you were saying, where she actually pointed that out. A lot of guys She was like, hey, a lot of guys are saying the loudest voices in the Manosphere don't represent what you guys are saying and what you think. Who does? And you pointed to a bunch of guys like Lungs of Faith and myself. The guys who are not the loudest. So yeah, that might be part of what's going on, is some fairly bad actors were hyped up. They were given a lot of it. It wasn't just that they were allowed to get big. The normies pushed people's attention towards him. They talked about him a lot for a long time. They were very critical of him, but that's part of the way that this debate has gone, is those who are opposed to all things Manosphere and all things Red Pill. All of those guys have been picking out the worst examples of the Red Pill and the Manosphere and pushing those and saying this is what represents the Manosphere. And so that gets them more traction and more attention. Whereas the guys in the back who are saying things in what we hope is a more reasonable way, well, it's a lot harder to attack, so the normies don't talk about it, so they don't get platformed. That's a big part of it. I sent the Sterling Cooper vid in IG before. He's 100% right. Yeah. Yeah. We might have to look that up. See if we can find that. Let's see here. Yeah, Tate's a goofball. Yeah, I'm sure there's a lot of plants. It was disheartening until they became obvious. Yeah. Oh, yeah, by the way, it's not just throw one guy at it and that's the goal. What plants are typically is they throw attention to tons and tons of ones that can be controlled OP and see which gains momentum over the narrative. Yeah. Yeah, so kind of like a shotgun. Hey, we're going to back a bunch of people, push the attention to a bunch of people and see which ones stick. Yeah. Interesting. I don't know if we can really prove that Tate was an obvious plant, because he was starting to get a lot of traction before the normies started going after him. So, but I wouldn't put it out of the realm of possibility. Do you think some of these people are, psyop plants to discredit the noticing? Myron Gaines, for example, was a Fed at one point. Well, okay, yeah. I'd like to see that story. Maybe we need to dig into that. Where some of these guys come from. See, manufactured traction? Yeah. What's the guy in the video's name? Let's see here. That is, so this guy, Rafael Gomez, he's responding to Sterling Cooper. So, yeah. Yeah, maybe that's an investigation we need to do more into. Investigative journalism, not my background, not my strong suit, but I'm sure that would get a lot of views. If we could find some of these roots of this, trace down some of these guys, see where some of these, see if we can prove that some of these guys are plants. Yeah, Call Her Daddy only started being talked about by normies once it was astroturfed into becoming the #1 women's podcast. Yeah. If Tates were plants, they wouldn't be prosecuting them. I don't know about that. It seems like they're perfectly comfortable with eating their own. Yeah. Maybe, yeah, that could be a very interesting investigation. Yeah. Anyways.
Something. Are there women who have dysfunctional taste and pick terrible men? Of course, but the vast majority of women are not like that.
Okay, you're right. So this is another part of the blue pill normie premise. the 2 buckets of women theory, which we've talked about many times. It's the idea that there are good ones and there are bad ones. And you just got to get one of the good ones. That's all. That's it. As we've talked about many times before, okay, well, if there are 2 different buckets and there's women that are just by their very nature good women who don't want any of these same things that we see women wanting, and they are just by their nature loving and caring and loyal and all of that, they just exist that way naturally. Well, first of all, you have a couple problems. You have a supply side problem because it doesn't look like there's very many of them. Second, that does not appear to match the behavior patterns. Third, most importantly, we don't have any way to tell, because a lot of the stories that guys are sharing are women who were the good woman for a lot of their life and a lot of their marriage, or on the front end, they looked like a great woman. But man, I am shocked at how many stories I've heard from Christian men who married a supposedly good Christian woman, and on their wedding night, it's complete switch. Flipped a switch, completely different person. The number of times that I've heard that exact timetable on it is shocking to me. And these were guys who, like, they described the woman, and it is not the drug dealer chaser. Yeah, Jekyll and Hyde, wife. Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, there's a lot of bait and switch. So you've got another problem that you have to solve, guys, if there are these 2 buckets of women. No, what it looks more like is the red pill is generally right in its description of what drives women's attraction and what drives women to act and behave the ways they do. Yeah, by nature, we're sinners and rebels, yes. And by nature, women are even more prone to rebel against their husbands. That goes all the way back to Genesis 3. Yeah, buckets mentioned. Never not. The wedding night switch happened to me. Look, yeah, it's one that I'm seeing. Yeah, I keep seeing the same thing over and over again, not just in guys that I've interviewed across the internet, but like one of my old roommates had that happen to him. What's this bucket thing? So it's this idea that there are categories that women especially fall into. And they're completely delineated. There's not really any crossover. You can put most of what he's saying essentially is you can put most women into this bucket where they're just fine. You don't have to worry about anything. But there's a few outliers that you got to put them in a separate bucket. And the reality is, no, it has nothing to do with category of woman. There are not 2 different kinds of women, 2 different species of women with 2 different sets of instincts and desires. And 2 different kinds of sinful flesh. They all have the same wants, drives, instincts, and sinful flesh. All of them have the same things. Different ones have been raised better than others. Different ones have lived with accountability structures in their lives better than others. They've been taught how to put their flesh to death and say no to their instincts better than others. But they all have them. So, yeah, and that is the only thing that explains these inconsistencies. That the bucket theory does not explain. It just doesn't. When your idea of women has extremely low predictive validity, it's not a very good theory. And the instinct theory, the instinct meshed with sinful flesh theory, has much higher predictive validity. So that's why we lean on it. It has nothing to do with making guys more insecure. That's what's really ridiculous about this one, is this thing that Sterling is saying here has nothing to do with men. He's not trying to make men insecure in any way. His statement doesn't do that. He's just adding this ad hominem, illogical, unproven attack on just because it's a talking point. That seems to be what I've gotten from this guy a bunch so far, is he's just a talking point repeater. He's not actually engaging with the logic of what's being said. Dr. Epic, we as men need to find, test, and expose these things, same as they test us. Yes. Yeah, that's a good point. Live way below your means to avoid gold diggers, for example. Yeah. Yeah, and that's one thing. I'm prepping a live stream on leverage and how single guys especially can build leverage and maintain leverage. And that's one of the things is one of the core principles of leverage is need less than you offer. Offer much, need little. Don't have this a high lifestyle. Don't have high demands in life. Because once you have a ton of things that you want and need from other people, those other people have leverage to control you. If you have things that you offer to others and less that you need in return from them, you have outsized leverage. But yes, there's also a testing thing. Yeah, going back to this guy's point, the stuff that these guys are saying in the red pill and Manosphere, you can disagree with it, that's fine. But what they've done is actually tested the ideas on women's behavior. This is not tested information. These are just talking points.
It's almost like those are just the women he's interested in. And it's easier to just give up all more.
Again, yeah, same bucket theory. Okay, and so this is how so he's about to tie it into the morality of the man.
Morality and say, I'm not going to be a good man. Why would I be? It's not attractive, apparently.
Okay. So there's the core of his argument. This is why he believes it's a morality issue. So let's see. Let's rewind just a second.
I like that. It's almost like those are just the women he's interested in.
Yeah, these are just the women he's interested in. Right. Again, so this is the notion that it's not women's fault. It's not their behavior. The vast majority of women are great. They're awesome. They're fine. You just want the wrong ones. And that shows that you are a bad guy. Right?
And it's easier to just give up all morality and say, I'm not going to be a good man. Why would I be? It's not attractive.
Yeah, and so he's essentially saying that Sterling is trying to justify his immoral lifestyle and his desire to be an immoral man by saying that women want immoral men. Now, that would be an absolutely destructive, from the top rope body slam of an argument if there was evidence to back it up. And if we didn't see women going after these kinds of men, if we didn't have peer-reviewed research saying that women tend to find men who exhibit dark triad traits more attractive than nice guys, if we didn't have that, then yeah, this would be absolute. Sterling just got bodied by this guy. But we do have that data. And we do have those experiences. We have all watched the good, sweet Christian girl go for the guy that we thought was an a-hole. The guy whose faith wasn't quite as good as ours. Hey, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I don't know about you guys, but that was my experience for a lot of my dating life. Was I was told, hey, be the good Christian dude. Be the good guy. And the good Christian women, the ones in the good bucket, those women will like you. They'll be attracted to your goodness and your faith and your service of the church and all of that stuff. They will love that. They'll be inspired and turned on by that. And then I had to watch as the vast majority of the women in my church picked men who did not exercise their faith to the degree that I did. I urge you to watch Sterling's video. He's including virgins. Let me see. Did you say you sent it on Instagram? Let me see if I can find it. Can you send it on the Discord? So I can't find it over here. Yeah, because I got a bunch of things in there. Yeah, but they were so hot. Yeah. Yeah, I'm living it. I was told, you are as attractive as your personality. Yeah. A woman came to our church 30 years ago. She complained about being smacked by her man and needed shelter. Then when she was back on her feet, returns to her abuser. Yeah. Have I reached out to Homath yet? No. I don't know if I'm quite big enough to get his attention yet. I can try and reach out to him. But yeah, there's a lot of people in those upper echelons that haven't really... It's like I reach out to them and sometimes they respond, but nothing ever really comes of it.
Attractive, apparently. Listen to me. If you're a guy out there and you hear stuff like this, women like a guy who is confident, who has belief in himself, goes after what he wants, and is a good man.
Okay, okay, sure, yeah, they're attracted to confidence. Mr. Drug dealer dude is very, very confident. So far, all you've done is offer evidence that Sterling is right, and you're saying they want good men, but you're not offering evidence to back that up, so you're not actually helping your case.
The difference between a good man and a nice guy. Do not be a pushover, nice guy, people pleaser. Be a man who respects himself so others will respect you too. And when you do that, that is an attractive trait, and it's way better than telling your audience to go out and become drug dealers.
Okay. So maybe that's why he got so offended by this, is he thinks that Sterling is telling the guys to go out and become the worst kind of man. That's where all of his talk of morality is coming from. He thinks Sterling's saying, hey guys, women want the drug dealer, so just go become the drug dealer, because that's how you go. Yeah, that's how you get together with a woman. Yeah, okay, but he didn't say that. Exactly, he did not say that. What this guy isn't interacting with is the reality that Sterling is talking about, that women do tend to find those men attractive. They don't always end up with them, but they do want them. They do have a lot of sexual desire for those men. And if you want to say that women are attracted to good men, you need to not just say it, you need to prove it. Somehow. Because here's the thing, dude. Trust me, bro, isn't enough. Because I don't trust you. Trust me, bro. I don't trust you, bro. Yeah. Bro looks like he's defending his mom against someone who made a yo mama joke. Yeah. Right. Now, to be extra fair, I do get where he's coming from. I understand why he's saying this. I understand why it looks, from his perspective, like Sterling is telling the guys to go be the worst version of themselves. But from my perspective, that's not the way that you should be calculating this. The way that you should calculate it is start with the reality. What are women doing? If that incentivizes, if what women are doing is they're choosing bad men and that's incentivizing men to become bad men, then you need to find a way to influence and affect what women are choosing. That's the solution. See, it seems like he's starting with the outcome he wants and then working all of his logic backward from there instead of the evidence. He's saying, no, he's not saying that women are attracted to good men. He's saying we need women to be attracted to good men. Or I do. In order for my way to work, I need that to be true. So I'm going to assume it's true and work backwards from there because I want the outcome. The outcome that I want is for men to seek to be good men. That's the outcome I'm looking for, which is a good thing to want. I'm not faulting him for that. That's good. But he's looking at that outcome and saying, well, if this thing Sterling is saying is true about what women choose, that will not lead to the outcome I want. Therefore, it cannot be true. But that's not how you calculate things. That's not how you work. Working backwards from the outcome you want is never how to arrive at reality. Start with the evidence and work your way forwards. This is why I end up Minotaur Max. This is why I end up at odds with a lot of the red pill guys. Because this is a point of contention. This is where I disagree with a lot of the other Manosphere creators. They look at that evidence and say, well, this is just how women behave. This is their nature. You can't change it because this is what we see them doing. I don't look at it that way. I say, yes, that is their nature. But our nature is also heavily influenced by our sinful flesh. And when you let that go, it gets worse and worse and worse. People become the worst versions of themselves. And yeah, women might be looking for particular things from men because they want certain things from men, like they want provision and protection. They want stability. And they go after these low quality, immoral men because they think there's part of their brain that thinks it's getting triggered into thinking that guy will provide it. That doesn't have to work that way. You can take that base level desire that women have and you can educate it better. You can take that base level desire and point it at better things. That requires teaching. That requires rebuking when women do stuff that's immoral and they seek bad things. But that is the path if you actually want to fix it. So let's do what he did at the beginning. Let's try to transfer his logic into a different illustration. Let's say sugar, for example. The reality is the sugar is very sweet. And if you put sugar in things, people tend to want to eat that stuff more, but it's really unhealthy for you. Well, if you start with that evidence that sugar impacts people's behavior and it makes people want to eat more sugar, well then, do you just let them do that and say, well, that's just their nature, let them get fat? No, you train them to behave better than that. But this guy is trying to do it from the opposite direction. He's trying to say, no, sugar doesn't make you fat. Or no, it would be the other way. He's trying to say, no, people don't want sugary foods because then if they did, they would constantly be getting fat. The outcome that he wants is, in this illustration would be, I don't want people eating food that makes them fat. So I'm simply going to say that people don't want it. I'm going to push, people want healthy foods naturally. They just do. It doesn't work that way. No. If you push that narrative, you will end up sending people the wrong direction. You won't help guard people against their desire for sugar. The only way to effect that change is to tell the truth about what sugar does and teach people better behaviors. In this case, women wanting low morality men, dark triad trait men, it's like sugar. Small bits of those traits can be helpful for a man, but large amounts of it, very unhealthy for you. The fact that women want those, they're turned on by those things, doesn't make it inherently automatically good. Doesn't mean you should just, let women go as far as they want to with that. No, teach them about the dangers of it. Encourage them to seek better things, the same way you would with their health. Right, with their physical health. Yeah, when you stop eating sugar, you stop wanting sugar so much. Yes, thank you. Exactly, that's a good part of it. You also develop a taste for the things that you consume. So, hopefully that clears up some of the logic here. Now, this guy, fortunately for us, not exactly getting a lot of traction. A man with a doctorate knows better. Oh, he's going to criticize Taraban. Yeah, husband, red pill antidote. That's a lofty claim. Coaching men to build earned confidence, author of the Attraction Handbook, host of the Women on Men podcast. I still don't get where that name's coming from. Let's watch a little bit of this video from him. Again, yeah, he's not, I want to just look at a tiny bit of this and look at some of the reaction to it. Again, he's been doing this for a while. Like he's been doing this at least on X since 2005. Let's see when did his channel start? Whoa, he's got 430 videos, so he's been doing a lot. He joined about 2 years ago. Not many. He's got a decent amount of views, but not many subscribers. That's not a good sign. If you have nearly 500,000 views and only less than 2,000 subs, people ain't buying what you're selling, bro.
Or when a woman leaves you, that means this. I am betting against your future, and I think I could do better without you. Because women, guys, are resource extractors, okay? You got to understand that women are hardwired to get their needs met through a man's provisioning, resources, and security. If the man can no longer effectively provide this, and the woman can get it from somewhere else, or she has a better future with someone else, they will fucking leave you.
80% of the banging's happening by 20% of the men. Just fact of life, you know?
Alpha has always, for the longest period of human time, meant capability for violence. That's what alpha has always meant. Apex predator. A little short dude. I'm an alpha. All right, of course you are. Let's meet and let's not even talk. Let's meet and let's just measure our heights. Let's just take a picture side by side of me and you.
I created this channel to do two things: get men out of red pill and help them figure out modern dating. I'm going to go hard at red pill today. I'm going to tell you all the reasons it is complete bullshit. All of the myths that it tells you are absolute lies.
All right.
And I have the data and the science to back it up.
He's got the data,
boys. A lot of men
boys.
come into the red pill content because they're already angry and frustrated with dating. Social media, dating apps have made dating so much more complicated, and our algorithms are feeding an anger that is driving a lot of these men towards the red pill. And unfortunately, there's a book titled Men Who Hate Women that outlines very clearly how fast red pill content is fed to young men when they sign up for YouTube. It's within hours. They're already getting fed red pill content because it resonates so much with men.
Yeah.
But the reason it seems to resonate.
Right. Okay. Well, he's about to tell us why it resonates. But guys, do we want to take a few guesses why it might resonate with some of the guys? You want to take a couple of guesses? One or two? Notice how it's all just ad hominem attacks of red pill using the same actors because nobody actually listens to the rest of us. Exactly. Yeah. Trust the feminist-funded studies. How dare you? Yeah. Because they're insecure. Yes. Yeah, the difference in children's, kids, teenagers is whenever they decide to adopt practices of adults, everyone picks role models, things they admire in adults, and add attributes to it themselves. Yeah. Because, yeah. Why are guys resonating with red pill? Because the truth has resonance. Maybe. And that seems to be something that he immediately just throws out. He just removes that from the list of possible reasons. He's just assuming that the red pill is wrong and that guys are wrong for engaging with it or listening to it. Now, he uses a bunch of these things at the beginning of these things that the red pill guys are saying. Okay, these are things that the guys say, sure, but he didn't do anything to disprove any of them. All right, but let's, hey, he's got the science. As we all know from, what did Aaron Rodgers say? That absolute coward, Tony Fauci, pleading the fifth. Yeah, we know we can always trust the science, right?
Resonates so much with men is because it is playing on their insecurities. And a big reason for that are the creators that are telling the men that watch them that women only want high status, high value men that are above 6 foot tall, that make a ton of money, and they're jacked at the gym. And they're telling men that that's all women want. And if you're not that, you're invisible.
Okay, all right. We already have a straw man. That's not really all that these guys say. He picked out a couple of things here where guys are saying that. But he's not really engaging with the thing even that Myron was saying about women want resources. Look, this is something that goes back to research by Dr. David Buss back in the 90s that found that cross-culturally, across the globe, women value men's resources. They choose men based on the amount of resources that they can get from them and how secure that flow of resources is likely to remain. All of the traits that women select for relate to that one thing, and that's cross-culturally, internationally, going back for decades. I'm curious to see what research he has that totally debunks the research we've been looking at, the stuff that, actually reflects our experiences.
If you're not that, no one is going to want to see you. You might as well give up. And that leads me into the black pill, which I'll get into in another video. But because these creators are telling these frustrated, lonely men this information, what's happening is called masculine discrepancy stress, which is when you're being told that the ideals of how you need to be as a man, you're not matching it. And a lot of these red pill creators are telling these guys that they're not up to snuff, that they're not doing.
Okay. Fine, fair. I'm interested to see how he believes he can teach men to be attractive to women without telling them that they're below their ideal. How much do we want to bet, guys, that his solutions involve the men stepping up and becoming something better, learning how to do something that they don't currently know how to do? How much do you want to bet that he's going to do exactly the same things, just with a few different metrics?
What they need to do to be masculine enough. And because of that, that insecurity grows, and that anger and hostility towards women grows as well. And it's so...
Wait. How are those things related? How is me as a man not being good enough, or not being my ideal, how does that inherently make me vengeful towards women or bitter towards women? How is that inherent? Sorry, but that's a leap in logic that I'm not following you on.
Unnecessary and is leading men down terrible outcomes. I will show you study after study after study that tells you about the terrible outcomes that men who consume too much of this content have. There is no denying that these men are in trouble and they're being led down terrible paths by grifters. The only proof you need at the end of the day is read the comments of all the men in any of these Red Pill Creator videos. If you go to Rollo Tomasi, Myron Gaines, Andrew Tate, Michael Sartain, and you look at how any of these men speak about women, you'll see that the anger is there. You'll see that the anger has not gone anywhere, and if anything, it has only grown. With one of my main goals being...
Sure. And that I will actually concede to him. He's got that. That's true. Guys are frustrated. Now, yeah, he's going very hard. He's calling it anger, saying these guys, and he's framing it as like the men are evil for being angry. He's projecting how he would feel if he took the red pill rage. He's selling a white knighting course. He has almost 20 years of experience in that field. Okay, interesting. Yes, yeah, he's been doing this for a while. But yeah, there's an assumption there. He's assuming that men have no valid reason to be frustrated. Which, in order for that to be true, women would need to be perfect. Women would need to be so good and so perfect that they never actually give men any legitimate reason to be frustrated with them. Well, what do we think, guys? Do we think that women are that good? That they are that perfect? That they are that spotless and sinless? Selfless? Do we really believe that? That they're just giving men no reason to be frustrated? Or do we think this has more to do with he cares about women and he doesn't care about men? He doesn't care that those men might have legitimate reasons to be frustrated because he doesn't care about those men's well-being. He cares about protecting women from those guys' frustrations more than anything else. Maybe. But anyways, brother, hit us with the stats.
In getting men out of red pill, I'm going to continue down that path today by debunking all of the red pill myths and show you why they're complete and utter bullshit. Let's start with the most famous statistic in the red pill, the 80-20 rule.
Okay, 80-20 rule isn't really a statistic. First of all, it's a theme that pops up a lot. And we see it a lot in many different statistics. There's not one out there. So, yeah. 80-20 rule is a diet. It's a ratio that applies to a lot of things.
This stat implies that 80% of women only swipe on 20% of men on dating apps. This is a flawed interpretation of an unscientific study published by Tinder. It is not peer-reviewed, and as I mentioned, it's not scientific at all. In fact, if you actually look at the numbers of the app itself, the red pill interpretation of it is quite illiterate. This is what the red pillers ignore. Yes, women swipe right on far less men. However, according to researchers from the Queen Mary University of London, they found that while men swipe
Do we trust the Queen Mary Institute of London?
right on 60% of profiles, they often do indiscriminately as a numbers game. Now, women do swipe more selectively, but this is the key. They actually match and converse with a broader range of men than the swipe data suggests. But that's not the most important part. The most important part of this is Tinder and dating apps do not match reality. They do not match real life when you actually go outside and touch grass. And those numbers...
Right, okay. Yeah, this is a big part of the sort of anti-red pill stance. It's the complete denial that women are extremely far more selective than women are. Or that the women are far more selective than men are. Far more. Yeah, they swipe on a much lower percentage of men. Right. I don't know how you can possibly... Like, I got to go back to this because I didn't understand. I genuinely don't understand the argument here. Men do swipe right, yeah. Okay, so let's think about this. Just apply some logic to it. So I've seen this before. So it's this idea that, well, the reason why women don't swipe as often as men do is because, well, men are just they're just swiping indiscriminately and they're swiping on women that they don't want. And so, you know, if men only really swiped on women that they want, well, then the numbers would even out. So really, it's the men's fault. It's the men's fault that those swipe statistics are out of line, right? It's a terrible argument. It's awful because you have to ask yourself, why are guys trying to play a numbers game? Why do they feel the need to swipe indiscriminately? Could it be that guys are swiping so much because they don't get matches? And you'll notice that he doesn't really address that. Does he? He maybe he did, and he brushed past it really quick. Right, women swipe right far less, but they match and converse with broader range of... yeah, but they don't say how much broader. They just say it's broader. Just your perception is wrong. The way you're seeing it's wrong. No. So the reason why men swipe indiscriminately is because talk to any normal average guy. You're asking too many questions, EP. Just touch grass. I know I need to. I probably will after this. But the reason why, just ask any guy that's been on Tinder. Ask any normal, not Tinder. That's a terrible example. Let's take Upward, for example. Christian Tinder. How many matches do guys get on Tinder, even if they're a normal guy? I know when I was on there, it was probably about 1 in 15, 1 in 20 women would swipe, would be a match. And I'm a pretty decent looking guy and I know how to present myself well. I figured out by the end of my 4 years on that app how to present myself pretty well. And even then, it was not a high like rate. You know, I'm someone that a lot of guys and a lot of girls, how tall am I? I'm 6 feet tall, so I'm not super short. I've got a lot of the things that women do typically swipe on. I'm not the most attractive, but it was still a problem. It was still trouble for me. It was still a very low rate for me. How much lower is it for the rest of the guys out there? For, guys that are maybe shorter than me. Or guys that don't have that same experience in how to present themselves. Didn't spend 4 years trying to figure it out. How many swipes do those guys get? It's not many. The reason why you keep swiping is you swipe on a handful of girls that you find attractive at first, and you get no matches. And so you start going, dang, okay, I guess I not that. I can't get that. So I'll swipe lower and lower and lower and lower. No matches in 4 weeks. App deleted. Yeah. Zeki, wait. Did he just say women aren't more selective than men? They are just more selective than men? Yes, that is exactly what he did. It's the same thing as in the other video where he was just like, we're not talking about women's stated preferences. This is just what they say when they file. Circularreasoning.exe has crashed. Oh my gosh. But anyways, yeah, so this is... okay, yes, men do swipe indiscriminately, but ask why. It's because they don't get matches.
Than the swipe data suggests. But that's not the most important part. The most important...
Okay, so he did. He just brushed past it. He didn't actually engage with the logic or the reasons for any of that information. He just goes, yeah, but that doesn't really matter. We're gonna skip past it.
Part of this is Tinder and dating apps do not match reality. They do not match real life when you actually go outside and touch grass. If those numbers were true in the real world, we would go outside and see only 20% of men with 80% of the women, and that isn't in any way true. It isn't.
Well, it actually kind of is. I've seen several times now that there's some information come out. There's some stats that have come out saying that about... what is it, 58, 59% of women have been sleeping with about 10% of men? Yeah. Yeah, over 60% of people meet on apps. Right, and that's the other part of it. Is that, okay, sure, yeah, you can go outside, and he's actually technically correct here. If you meet a person in real life, if you meet a woman in real life, you actually have a much, much better chance than you do in a dating app because you can actually show her your personality. You can show her who you are. You can show her your skills, your traits, your abilities. You can prove yourself in real time in front of her. You can't do that on an app. Apps are mostly just looks. So you either have it or you don't. But let's see here. Oh, did we lose somebody? What happened? Yeah, imagine being good at spelling. Oh no. Did what I think happen? Did Gunnar just touch the screen and accidentally ban somebody? The solution is to surround yourself with grass. Homeless maxing. Guys, we're still maxing. Same thing. We're still on the same trend from... Oh no. Gunnar, why did you ban this man? Pew pew baby. Woof. Anyways, yeah, he's evolving into an iPad kid. Oh no. You talking about the poor man for 24 hours. Poor guy. Is there a way we can message him and apologize? Can somebody track him down? It's... We knew the guy was a troll. Anyways, yeah. Go back to this bandmax thing. Anyways, back... Don't ban me. Anyways, back on track. So, this guy's point... Gunner maxing. We're culling the herd, yeah? Gotta keep the viewers in line, exactly. Right, so his point is that if you go outside, touch grass, meet people in real life, it's different. That is true. The problem is, like, yeah, someone pointed out, the vast majority of relationships start online today. And even if they don't, even more women today use apps. The stats on women who use social media and dating apps are astronomical. It's the vast majority, overwhelming majority. And any woman that has those apps will judge their in-person interaction with you based on what they also have available on the app. So I know what he's about to say here. And maybe he's got some data that can disprove us on this, maybe. But he's about to say that, well, if you just go out and meet a woman in real life, you have a much better chance. Well, not if she's on an app. If she's on an app, she might look at you and go, hey, this guy's decent, he's all right. But I'm still hooked on that dopamine hit from DMs that I get and from scrolling and getting matches. And I still feel like I have access to better men than this one. Black Raptor, bro doesn't understand the difference between plan A and plan B, guys. There are those willing to marry a guy they don't love for security, etc. It doesn't mean a good relationship. Yeah, exactly. Night one, honeymoon, day one, switch flipped. Why does that happen so often? It's because she married a plan B guy that she probably met in person. It's unfortunate. And look, I'm as much against guys going to the red pill as he is. Or the black pill, excuse me. I'm against guys going all the way to the black pill. Because I think there are paths forward. Not every path is a dead end. But the paths all involve changing that fundamental underlying reality. Dr. Epic, women do super well with apps. Mine did so good she stayed on the apps while dating me. Oh no. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. I'm sorry, Brad. That is not fun.
Anyway, how it's actually occurring in the real world. According to the CDC's National Survey for Family Growth, the median number of lifetime sexual partners between men and women is about the same, 4 to 6 for a lifetime, about 4 to 6 for both. That means most men are having sex, and most men are getting married. If 80% of men were...
Yeah, those are lifetime studies, and those lifetime studies are going to stretch back very, very far. Wait. And is that an average as well? Median. Okay. Right. Okay. Interesting. But does that necessarily account for the reality? Hold up. Math. Guys, are we able to do math here? Do we understand? Do we understand how math works? If you spread it out among all people, you're probably going to get the same thing, right? If you say, hey, we're going to look at averages and medians and spread it out amongst the people, yeah, it's going to look the same on both sides. Because that's how math works. What this doesn't really engage with is that there's a number of men, especially today, because again, this is a lifetime study and this is going to include larger demographics like boomers. There are a lot more boomers out there today. A lot. And the boomers slept around a lot, and a lot of boomer men got to sleep around a lot. You know, Summer of Love, 1967, 69. There are so many of them that they skew the data. That does not necessarily reflect what men are getting today. We started looking at averages and medians and seeing, let's aggregate all the people together. Does that represent what men are experiencing today in the post-Tinder world? Again, recognizing that most of the men in that dating market today are from smaller generations who don't have the same statistical impact on this data. So, this is interesting, but it doesn't disprove anything that guys are saying today about their experience. Again, those are self-report numbers. Yeah. That's another thing. This is not choice-based data. And that's one of the things that apps did, is they really blew the lid off of this whole thing by giving us accurate choice-based data. It has nothing to do with what people said happened. It just reports how they acted, how they behaved. Yeah, how about data from 2014 to today? Right, that is data that we need. The source for that CDC study links to birth stats. Interesting. So does that mean that what they're actually measuring is how many children were born to how many different people rather than how much sex they had? If that's the case, then this is totally useless.
About 4 to 6 for both. That means most men are having sex and most men are getting married. If 80% of men were invisible.
Most men are getting married. Most men are getting married is, I don't know about you guys, but 31% does not, that's not over half. That's not most. Okay. Alrighty. But again, yeah, these generations back here are bigger generations, so they skew the demographics. Never forget that.
Well, then the marriage rate would be 20%. Math isn't simply math in there. Additionally, according to Pew Research Center analysis of Census Bureau data, the moment men leave the young adult in there.
Right, whoa. Percentage of men married in the US adults. Again, this is based primarily on your biggest demographics, the demographic groups that have the most people in them currently are boomers and Gen X. If you group them together. If you group millennials and Gen Z together, far smaller. And all of these people got married. The vast majority of these people got married back here. 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s even was still above half. Brittonwood, good timing on this topic. I've been planning to ask, Christian girls be discipled out of being attracted to bad traits, e.g. dark triad, and being into being attracted to what they ought to biblically? Yeah. Well, again, that's a big part of my contention with a lot of the other guys in the Manosphere. Because as you know, we all agree with each other and we all say exactly the same things. No, one of the things I disagree on is that I believe, again, just like eating habits, there are certain things that you want to eat, but they're bad for you. And so you have to train people to resist their urges and say no to their impulses. And to choose healthier things every single day, to build discipline and a lifestyle around it. We do that with food. We can and should absolutely do that with women choosing not evil men. It can be done, and that's one of the things that we know it can be done because societies have done it. Our culture did it for most of the thousands of years that it's existed. It's only in the post-feminist world that we've given women the freedoms and complete, unrestrained culture where they can simply just follow their impulses, no matter how dark and selfish they are. Only in that world have women gravitated towards those things as much as they have. And that tells me, well, if we've done it before and we can get back, then we should get back.
Additionally, according to Pew Research Center analysis,
Dr. Epic, would teaching women these things truly change them, or would they just repress their true desires and pretend to be happy? We know what happens, yeah. Well, again, as someone pointed out earlier, you develop a taste for what you consume. If you eat lots and lots of sugar and unhealthy foods, you develop much more of a taste for it. Things like beer. Beer is an acquired taste. It doesn't taste that great when you first start, and there's a lot of healthy foods, health food nuts. They get on health foods and they start eating it, and it becomes the thing that they want to eat more than anything else. It actually does. I think I'm right in saying it actually does change your physiology and your brain wiring, so that, like, if you're eating lots and lots of sugar and it's like that actually rewires your body to want it more and to need it more. And there's a similar thing I think that happens to us at a spiritual level. And so, yes, I believe that if you can train women up to consume healthier things, and you place restraints and guardrails around them to protect them from bad things, you can teach women to behave in healthier ways. Yeah, show me the incentives, I'll show you the outcome. Exactly. Right, what I'm discussing is essentially just, this is what it would look like to rebuild the incentive structures from the ground up. And there's really no other way to fix any of what he's talking about here. He's trying to say, no, there is no problem. He's failing at it miserably. No, the only thing you can do is accept that this stuff is real and that it's true, and try to figure out how to either navigate it as a lonesome wanderer, as a lot of other guys in the Manosphere space say, or you can try to get together and effect change on the systems that we're working inside of. But my freedom, yeah, exactly. That's why we got to defeat the power premise first. I need power to be happy. I need power to be dignified. These things aren't connected at all. Yeah. Yeah, also, if they were rewarded more for loyal behavior, they would start doing it. Incentives are all you need. Well, and that's the other part of it is a big part of the way that our culture previously incentivized good behavior and loyal behavior from women was you disincentivized disloyalty. Women who were loyal to their husbands were socially rewarded, while women who were not loyal were socially ostracized and shamed. We've flipped that around now to where women who are disloyal are rewarded for it in multiple ways, both socially, financially, whatever. They're rewarded for bad behavior instead of socially and legally disincentivized. And instead of being rewarded for good behavior with like, hey, guys, maybe if we started, this is a wild idea, maybe if we started to praise women for good behavior instead of bad behavior, women might actually seek good behavior instead of bad behavior. If we started praising women for being better, for actually being selfless and loyal, maybe if we actually started rewarding those behaviors in women, they might actually seek them more. I don't know, maybe I'm crazy. Am I nuts?
Of Census Bureau data, the moment men leave the young adult bracket and enter the 30 to 49 age group, the script flips completely. In this demographic, only about 21% to 25% of men are single. That means 75 to 80% of men are not single. So the verdict here is clear. It's complete bullshit.
Whoa.
Age center analysis of completely. And in this demographic, only.
Yeah, men's relationship status, age 39 to 40 based on Pew Research, or based on 30 to 49. So I just spent like 5 minutes explaining why this exact thing disproves his argument. And he brings up this data as if it shows that what he's saying is true. You can't make this stuff up, guys. Yeah, but these guys who are 30 to 49, who are largely not single, they got married in the pre-social media and dating app world. And again, yeah, what year is this study from? It actually doesn't say. So this could be fairly old. Even if this was done in like 22 or 23, which is some of the other data that he referenced, that would put a 30-year-old at, let's say, a 30-year-old would have been born in 93. So they would have likely been dating in, a 30-year-old would have been, yeah, they would have had to deal with some of the dating app world, but not a ton of it. By the time you get up to 35, they were born when I was, or they're 40, 45. Those were the guys that got on the last choppers out of Nam, right? These are guys who were getting married at around this point, when the marriage rate was around 50 to, let's see, between 50 and 40% before it cratered, hit rock bottom. So yeah, Those are all the guys who are getting married up here at the higher marriage rates. And there are far more of those men in those age ranges. So they skew the stats. But he's saying it as if it doesn't, and as if it proves his point. Which, you literally can't make this up, guys.
About 21% to 25% of men are single. That means 75 to 80% of men are not single. So the verdict here is clear. It's complete bullshit. Most men are in relationships. Most men have been able to get in relationships. If women were...
Most men who are older are in relationships, and most men who are younger are not able to get into relationships. This is not true of men 18 to 29. This is exactly reversed of this. So yeah.
We're only interested in 20% of men, they wouldn't get in these other relationships. You need to go outside. This alone debunks most of the red pill talking points, but
does it now? Does it now? Oh,
next up is the second biggest
guys. I got debunked so hard.
Talk about is hypergamy. In
Oh.
the Red Pill Dictionary, hypergamy means women are biologically incapable of loyalty. They claim women are constantly monkey branching, swinging over to the next best man with higher status, more money, better genes. And as soon as that option appears, your woman will leave you.
No, okay, that's a bit of a straw man. It's not that women are biologically incapable of loyalty. It's that they are attracted to men of the highest status available to them. Women are exceptionally loyal to men who they believe are the highest level that they have access to. So we're starting off with a straw man. This is a great start, bud.
That's what these red pillars believe hypergamy is. The reality is it's complete and utter projection and bullshit. Women used to marry for resources, and that is where a lot of this fear comes from. That's where a lot of this idea comes from for men. As women have gotten more into the workplace, they've started to earn their own money. Now they're outpacing men in terms.
What kills me is how earnestly these Christians defending biblical marriage lie their asses off to do so. I don't even know I can say this guy is Christian. I mean, he cusses like a sailor. Not that that makes a difference these days, but I don't know. I haven't seen any fruit of the spirit in this guy. I haven't seen any claims from him that he's Christian. He's doing the Christian white knight thing. That's for sure.
In terms of finances, education, home ownership, all the important economic factors. They're no longer looking for men just to provide for them. Now they're looking for partners. So the idea that hypergamy exists today is complete bullshit. It's actually more of anything a case of projection. Because when you look at the actual data, if anyone who's struggling with loyalty, it's men. According to the General Social Survey, which has tracked this data for decades, men are statistically more likely to cheat. Roughly 20% of married men said they've been unfaithful compared to only 13% of women. And while this is self-reported data, there is no one major stat that points to any other.
Okay, so he's like, well, it's self-report, so it could all be BS, but basically there just isn't any data. Totally unbiased. Is this guy cursing just to sound cool? Probably. Yeah, that does seem to be a very Christian thing to do. Christians who curse sometimes, that type of thing. So I don't know. Yeah, what he's not saying is, and all the feminist talking points are a good thing. Yeah. Right. So basically what all that could mean is that women lie more often about cheating. Yeah, we know nothing. This graph has told us nothing. And yeah. Again, if we go back to the information about, there's more than half of women sleeping with about 20 or 10% of men, which matches what we see roughly on our dating app data. It matches the experiences that a lot of guys are reporting. It just matches. I don't know. This doesn't.
Of women. And while this is self-reported data, there is no one major stat that points.
Right. And he's also, again, he's using cheating as his metric to say that men are the bad ones, instead of engaging with the actual argument, which is just that he's not actually engaging with the evidence that the red pill guys present of hypergamy, which has been measured and proven over and over and over again. Men date across and down, primarily down, socioeconomic hierarchies or lines. women date across and up socioeconomic lines. They just do. Again, research, going back to Dr. Buss's research, women have cross-culturally been shown for decades, for as long as we've shown it, to value men's resources, and they value the men who have the most and the most consistent and the steadiest flow of resources, the most status, the most influence. What's the stat for women who earn more money than their husband's 80% divorce rate? Yeah, it's something like that. Seen this guy before. He's on the Whatever podcast, and he debated Andrew Wilson. He's a blue-pilled lib. Anyways, what else? So
that are men constantly remarry, and that points to any other conclusion. So men will say, well, women are better at hiding it. Prove it. Show me that women are better at hiding it. Because I have another stat that's going to show you that men are more likely to leave a relationship. Men are more likely to A, remarry, and B, marry younger. So if we're going to...
What does this have to do with anything? Now, so I tend to think that men, yes, because men do get remarried after a divorce quite often. I tend to think that a lot of the time it's guys who've been told that, hey, there is a woman out there that is the one, and this woman you were with, she was just a bad one. So next time it'll be better. Next time you'll learn from all those mistakes, and you know, you were looking for the wrong ones before, but you know better now. What does this have to do with cheating? Nothing. But yeah, the idea, I think guys get remarried because they're thinking to themselves, well, first of all, going through a divorce, especially for a man, is horrifically destructive. Men unalive themselves after a divorce far more often than women do. It is far more, and they tend to lose financially far more often. They lose their social circles because there have been a number of studies that have shown that when a man gets married, it's actually the wife that manages his social life, because a lot of times he's busy protecting and providing. And so the wife is the one who maintains the family's or the household's relationships with other families. And so when he gets divorced, he loses all of that. So men tend to get married because it's devastating to them. They're alone. And they're looking to fill that hole and cover up that pain. They're looking for a rebound. And they're thinking that next time will be better. Because of the two-bucket, most of them are thinking according to the two-bucket theory. They're thinking that there's two different groups of women, and there's good ones and bad ones, and my first marriage, that was just a bad one. Next one, I know what to look for now. Next one will be a good one. Now, it doesn't actually work out that way, because people who get remarried after a divorce have far higher divorce rates than first-time marriages. So it doesn't actually work that way. But yeah, I tend to think that this is more guys trying to fill an emotional void than them being, oh, just marriage is just this great thing, and I just love marriage, and you know, or what he's trying to say here. What he's going to say is that men remarry after a divorce because really they just wanted to divorce the woman so they could get a different woman. That's what he's saying. He's saying men get remarried because they wanted a different woman all along. Proof that it's really the men who are the disloyal ones. Again, he's starting with the outcome and working backwards and looking for ways to prove the outcome that he wants, rather than just looking at all of the data and trying to, and what guys are experiencing today, is matching it up with the eye test, trying to pull it together into a cohesive unit. Yeah.
Talk about the fact that women tend to supposedly look for the next best option, then are men constantly looking for the next youngest option. The next thing a lot of these guys will say was, well, women file for almost 80% of the divorces. Correlation is not causation. Yeah. That does not mean that if women file for divorce, they're the ones breaking up the marriage. That just means they're the ones that fill the paperwork out. Do you know?
Why would they fill out the paperwork if they didn't want the divorce, sir? correlation is not causation, but okay, sure, fair. But we have multiple data points to triangulate causation. Women also tend to benefit from a divorce far more financially. The overwhelming majority of alimony and child support payments go to women from men. Women are overwhelmingly the beneficiaries in terms of the divvying up of assets. So women have the incentives to. Women, we also see plenty of stuff in the Manosphere right now of women just saying, "Hey, you go for your divorce. You go get the life that you deserve, girly." We see women glorifying divorce in the Manosphere. You never see men glorifying divorce. If men ever suggest divorce, it's like, ugh, it's going to be hell, but it might be like, that might be the only way to save yourself, bro. Whereas the girlies are like, wow, this is, it might be a little tough at first, but girly, this, you deserve it. You deserve more. You deserve more. You deserve to get something. Right? For the men, it's like rescue yourself from this situation. For the ladies, it's more like, no, it's all about what they deserve. Dr. Epic, Christians should start supporting prenups that punish the guilty party. If you end the marriage sinfully, no benefits. Yeah. Agreed. Yeah. Make prenups great again. Yeah, we need to, again, like somebody said earlier, show me the incentives, I'll show you what happens. Disincentivize divorce. Where we have all this data from divorce courts heavily favoring women. Women are the ones who get custody most of the time of kids. Women receive the benefits, and they talk much more favorably about divorce than men do. They glorify it much more. They talk about how their divorce story was just the best thing that ever happened to them, and encourage other women to do it. And you want me to believe, oh, correlation's not causation, has nothing to do with what's going on here. Nothing to see behind the curtain. All he's doing is suggesting ways that the red pill could be wrong. And then saying, bang, debunked. Because what he's saying is possible. It's possible that there could be something else going on there. A different motivation. But he's not actually proving it. And then he's saying that he proved it. Thanks for the gift, Michael. Appreciate it. Let's see, Zyke. So we are on the same page. We all notice this guy contradicting himself in the same paragraph, right? Yeah, exactly. I don't suspect that this is going to be any different going forward. I don't think it's going to improve. Here's the link if you guys want to use that for anything. Oh, chat's disconnected. Oh, dang it. Oh, now it's back. Yeah, millions of men's stories say bro is incorrect. Yeah. Because red pill could be wrong, therefore it is. Oh well. He just doesn't like the practice of certain creators. Yeah. Yeah, the possibility of the red pill being wrong is not the same thing as red pill being wrong. You need far, far more than that to prove it. It's like he's acting as if, well, if I can create reasonable doubt that the red pill is correct, then we must dismiss it entirely. Send it to jail. That's backwards from how, brother, that is backwards from how court works. Reasonable doubt is what you need in order to acquit a person. In order to convict them, you need conclusive proof beyond all reasonable doubt. So you're getting it backwards. The exit, he's prosecuting, not defending. Yeah. Oh, right. We need to look at the comment section. Duh. Yeah, something's going on with the chat. It's not showing, like, I see your guys' chats. They're not, it's broken. It's not showing up in the video feed. It keeps saying that it's disconnecting and it's reconnecting, and I don't know, something's not right. And I don't know where the problem is with that. Guys, more spiritual warfare. We'll just go chatless today. Well, no, I see you guys. Keep chatting. I get the analogy, but I hate bad drivers. Oh no, I don't even want to know. Oh, there it is. Hey, it's showing up back on the screen again. Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes it's showing up there, sometimes it's not. Whatever. LMAO, bro takes 15 milligrams blue pill every day with breakfast. Okay, I finished the video and it's honestly comforting that these red pills might not be true, but this doesn't explain the consistent and redundant experiences myself and so many men have had with women throughout our lives. Okay, there it is. There it is. Yeah, man, I really want to believe that the red pill is false, but it matches what's happened to me. What do I do with that? It's a great question. And that is the rub. That is the problem, isn't it? Read his reply. See what he says. Every man has poor experiences in dating. But that doesn't prove the red pill correct. Men have experienced exactly the things that the red pill talks about. But that does not prove the red pill correct. Is this guy a plant? Is this what a plant looks like? Oh man, you literally can't make this up. I've had them, and so is your father, I'm sure. Which experiences are you talking about specifically? I've never listened to a single red pill advice yet, despite all my heartbreaks. I update it constantly throughout my entire life. I'm not happily married. Good, cool, anecdotal evidence. Great, so everything you say is right because your personal experience validates it. He doesn't really apply anything more than that. But yeah, this is just it. He's assuming in all of this, and this is the broader assumption of all red pill debunkers and anti-red pill guys. The assumption is that the men who believe the red pill only believe it because the stats convinced them. All you guys in here in the chat right now, all of it, me included, all of our experiences are the same as every other man who's ever existed before. Every man has always had it hard, and all the older guys got married and had successful, lives and didn't go through life-ruining divorces. Don't know if you can prove that one, but yeah, that's the idea. We're all the same. It's all been hard. It's the Dave Ramsey, honey, it's always been expensive. It's always been hard. And so they think that this younger generation got convinced that women are rejecting the majority of them, or are trying to, are often monkey branching their way up from man to man. The women are that we only think that women are regularly disloyal because stats told us. Reality didn't tell us. We didn't, no, it wasn't anything actually happening that's any different than anything before in human history. No, everything has always been the same. Nothing to see here. It's the stats that convince them. So I just need to come in and debunk these evil, bad stats. That's what these guys think. But then they run into a comment like this. Hey, I'd love for this thing to be wrong. I would love it if this red pill stuff was wrong, but my experiences are proving it right constantly. This needs to be retitled, How to Debunk the Red Pill If I Completely Straw Man It. Yeah, people are rejecting it. Your comment is full of emotions. Come with facts, as if he was really listening to the facts or any of the stuff that the red pill actually has to say. This is funny. Watching Raphael melt down in his comment section with insults like, I have sex and you don't. Well, I want to see where he said that one. It's tragically funny. Countless people have tried combating the red pill with these exact same tactics. The result has been the same every time. Complete failure. Raphael doesn't want to help men. He wants to look like he's helping men, just like many others. Yeah. And that's what this is again, look at it this way. Earlier, we saw him and we've seen this multiple times. He's been completely invalidating everything that the guys have experienced. Their difficulties. Your difficulties don't matter. It just is hard. Invalidating these guys' stories of divorces. Invalidating the pain that they've been through. Because he doesn't care. He does not care about what these guys have been through. He wants to look like he's the good guy. He wants to look like he's protecting these women. Or like he's looking out for the men. Yeah, he wants to look like he's looking out for the men, but he's actually doing it to look good while gaining the approval of the women. Again, yeah, I'd like to see what the dislike ratio is. Man. Did you say, check DC content? Yeah. Let's see here. So I got your link to the Sterling Cooper video, which we'll watch that. X-Fan, insert inane female compliment here. Women most affected, yeah. Or complaint here. Women most affected, yeah. The dislike ratio on the video is 50-50. Yeah, if you're getting that much pushback from people, you should probably look at what you're saying. You might want to consider the possibility that you might be wrong. Dr. Epic, I think most people giving men advice do not care about them, especially in the church. It's a chance to vent or boost their image. Yeah, we see definitely a lot of venting-like behaviors here. He's not really acting all that different than the guys that he's castigating, for being frustrated and all of that. But let's look at it this way. There's quite a bit more emotion and vitriol and foul language that he's directing at the red pill and guys who speak it than you would see from someone like an Alexander Grace, who is quite gracious. He's very adamant and he's very just like laser focused and just points things out, but he's never like vengeful or spiteful or emotional about it. Or John from It's Complicated. He just goes out and asks the women questions that get their tongue tied and get them revealing the truth about how they actually see things and what they're actually doing. These guys are out there just doing it. They're just talking. They're not like the guys that are the most influential in the space are the least emotionally charged. He's taking on the persona of the Myron Gaines or the Andrew Tate. And instead of directing it towards what, or instead of doing what he thinks they're doing, he perceives those guys as directing it as bitterness towards women. He's directing his mental image of that persona, and he's taking that same thing and directing it at red pill guys. Is he married or not? I think he says he is married. Well, it's because his strategy with women is, look at me, I'm such a good boy defending m'lady. Will you choose me? Yeah. Well, apparently there's a woman that chose him, so yeah, it worked for him. Let's see here. Anything else good? Trying to put the genie back in the bottle. You're wasting your time, bro. What did he say with this? Listening to Red Pill is a waste of time. Oh, sick burn, bro. Yeah. Oh, this is an interesting one. Newsflash, this is Spectrum. They're Andrew Tate and the worst of the worst versus guy called Rawl the Creator or Please Act Right, who give accurate advice about how to navigate dating and not get screwed over by women. Yeah. He's acting as if the red pill is one conglomerate of, it's just one monolith of dudes who all say the same things. And then he strawmans that caricature of that monolith. Respectfully, this dude has no idea what he's talking about. Go read the research called Unwanted Celibacy. Maybe you'll understand something. If the red pill isn't true, then there is no reason for me to sitting at home for weeks on this hot summer days. I'm at home with a lot of time now and almost forget how it is to talk to a woman that I find attractive. Well, red pill isn't responsible for the pair bonding myth. I got told that back in middle school almost 20 years ago by a Catholic school health class. Yeah. Yeah, you're debunking entertainment. This would be like making an academic case against level up, sprinkle, sprinkle content. Yeah, let's see what he said against that. If you think it's just entertainment, then you're completely unaware of the ramification red pill's having on men. I have links in my bio to several peer-reviewed studies that talk about the harms of men that watch it, but you don't care. Well, what I don't really care as much about is the opinions of modern researchers, not named Jonathan Haidt or Daniel Kahneman or Ian McGilchrist. There's a very short list of guys that I actually trust. The social sciences have been absolutely infected with the precepts of feminism and leftists. It is overwhelmingly leftists in academia and in the social sciences, especially now. What was it, like 10, 15 years ago when Jonathan Haidt started calling this out? It was already at a 14-to-1 ratio. You need at least a 3-to-1 ratio of conservative to liberal for what they call, what's the term for it? Where they're essentially they're validating it and making sure that there's no confirmation bias. There's an official term for it. I'm blanking, but basically, in order to disconfirmation. Yeah, in order to have in order to effectively eliminate confirmation bias from studies, you need a group of people who see things a different way, in order to challenge you on your confirmation bias. Which means when you have liberals versus conservatives, they see the world, they see life very differently. You need a minimum of one conservative for every 3 liberals. And that's what they had back in the 90s. By the time we reached the 2010s, it was 14-to-1. It has almost certainly gotten worse. They have systematically removed conservative voices from academia in general, and especially social sciences. All of these peer-reviewed studies that he's going to reference, if we go back to the beginning of this video, he pops them up very briefly. Taylor and Francis Online Journal of Gender Studies. How much do we want to believe? How much do we want to trust that Matteo Botto and Lucas Gotzen are fair, balanced observers of reality who have no feminist biases, who have no ideological leanings whatsoever? Especially when you look at this title. Wow, that is a... Yikes. No, there's no way for these... So these people are able to publish in these journals without anyone to challenge their confirmation bias about their findings, because no one around them sees it any differently than they do. So, yeah, there's a very short list of social scientists that I trust today. People in the Journal of Gender Studies, not on it. Anyways, that's enough of this guy's video and his channel. This is a quick little video that got a few views And this is the one from, okay, let's look at these ladies talk about some stories about how some ladies lost their boyfriends to the Manosphere. This is the real damage, guys. This is the real harm being done by the Manosphere. It is causing women to lose their boyfriends. Let's see what that actually looks like when it happens.
My sweet, smart boyfriend got sucked into the Manosphere. That's from Bustle. Let me lay out this article for you, and then we've got some stuff to get through, just as we did in the segment before.
Let's do it.
At first, it's subtle, the article opens. Maybe it's a clip about high-value men or a TikTok breaking down why women should be more submissive. Next, maybe there's a YouTube video framed as dating advice that slowly slides into something darker. Then one day, your boyfriend repeats it back to you. Not as a joke, but as a fact. A new Netflix documentary, Louis Theroux Inside the Manosphere, explores how this kind of misogynistic content has inundated social media and infiltrated some men's worldviews. In it, the journalist interviews radical influencers who spout toxic ideas about dating and gender roles.
Okay, off the bat, we are already framing. We're already using framing to control the emotional playing field. We're calling it toxic. We're calling it, they're calling it all kinds of harmful things. To make this into a moral issue before we can discuss any practical realities. They're essentially ensuring that there's only one morally correct viewpoint on this before we even get started talking about it.
Justin Waller, for example, says women have contributed nothing to society. He and other influencers such as Andrew Tate and Jordan Peterson claim that the world is set up to work against men.
Those are not the same. Andrew Tate and Jordan Peterson. They say many, many different things. I wouldn't even call Jordan Peterson that red pill or manosphere. I guess he's part of the wider, broader manosphere. I don't know.
They say that...
Sorry, Boyd. I have the moral high ground. That's good.
Becoming a red pill helped them understand this more clearly, referencing a term from The Matrix in which you can take either a blue pill or remain blind to the truth, and take a blue pill and remain blind to the truth, or take a red pill and see behind the curtain. That's the opening of this article. And I actually wasn't really going to bring up the Louis Theroux documentary because I feel like it's been done to death, right? But it was really hard to separate this article and this idea from it, especially in April 2026. As we're recording this, it's been everywhere in the last month or so. Yeah. Have you watched that documentary?
No, I haven't.
Are you avoiding it because you're like, oh, this is so
exhausting?
Yeah, that's why I was avoiding it until now. And then I could not help myself but watch it. And my, oh my.
Yeah.
It's fucking terrifying. So within this piece, they lay out three stories.
Yeah. It's scary. Yeah, Manosphere is scary.
It's from 3 different anonymous women. I'm going to break down a little bit for you. One woman dated a guy who started out really lovely and used to laugh at all of this Manosphere content, but slowly changed and said to her, when women receive gifts from men, it's prostitution.
Oh, wow.
She then goes on to write, it got to the point where I stopped seeing my therapist and telling my friends about what I was dealing with because I knew everyone would tell me, leave him.
Well, okay, there's some missing context there. If he's just saying that out of the blue, which is what they're suggesting that he just randomly proffered this viewpoint. No context around it. He just says, any man who gives any gift to any woman is prostitution. No, yeah. There is a context in which that statement can be considered true. If women, as they often do today, demand gifts on the very first date for a chance at a relationship or anything, well, then women are demanding a payment up front. Oftentimes, they're demanding that, and the return that they offer is sex. So if a woman does that, then yes, that would be technically prostitution. That is technically a true statement. Now, they're just throwing this out there as if he just randomly said that without any context, in that, as if to say that anytime any man gives any gift to any woman, it automatically makes her a prostitute. That's not true. If a man decides to give a woman a gift, it's fine. If he just does it because, hey, I feel this way, I just want to bless this woman, and he's not really expecting or asking for anything in return for it, that's not prostitution. But if women are demanding those things up front, demanding, hey, you got to pay, take me out to the nicest restaurant and pay for it, 100%. Got to bring me flowers, got to buy me things, and the only thing I'm going to offer in return is sex. It's starting to look an awful lot like the world's oldest profession.
He'd say that my face was starting to look puffy and that I'd gained weight, which I couldn't do in our relationship. It was like he was aiming to hurt me. I'm a very confident, headstrong person, but I started genuinely hating myself. I was constantly walking on eggshells around him and essentially apologizing for existing. And that's when I knew I had to break up with him. He basically...
Yeah, there's a lot of context missing there about how she ended up feeling that way. What caused her to feel that way? Let's go back. I got to listen to this again. Where did that come from? Where did her fear, what is it that instigated her fear?
And that I'd gained weight, which I couldn't want to write, and dated a guy who started out really lovely and used to laugh at all of this Manosphere content, but slowly changed and said to her, when women receive gifts from men, it's prostitution. Oh, wow. She then goes on to write, it got to the point where I stopped seeing my therapist and telling my friends about what I was dealing with because I knew everyone would tell me, leave him. He'd say that my face was starting to look puffy and that I'd gained weight, which I couldn't do in our relationship. It was like he was aiming to hurt me. I'm a very confident, headstrong person, but I started genuinely hating myself. I was constantly walking on eggshells around him and essentially apologizing for existing. And that's when I knew I had to break up with him. He basically said, okay, well, if that's what you want. I think that's what the Manosphere teaches you. Don't beg them to stay. Don't concede to a woman. Does that surprise you?
Yeah. No. Now, I don't know that I would encourage guys to just be like, hey, girl, you're getting fat. I don't know that you need to do that. But yeah, sure, that's a particular thing that some of the red pill guys, or I should say Manosphere guys, will teach the dudes to do in their courses. Negging, things like that. Okay. Oh, yeah, she's a headstrong woman. Well, maybe, yeah. Again, pause game is still undefeated. Yep. That's what you guys really come to this live stream for. It's pause game. But again, there's a lot of missing context here. We're not hearing his side of the story. We're not hearing his reasoning behind the stuff that he's doing. We're not hearing what she might have been doing to him as a headstrong woman. And it's entirely possible that he may have said something like that, but worded it in a very different way. He might have worded it as like a preference, and she turned it into this like demand thing. Well, a woman would never do that. She would never take a thing that a man says and then misrepresent it. That never happens. Yeah. But even if this guy was doing that, okay, what exactly would make him an evil, bad man for doing that? So if he's got a preference, he doesn't want an overweight woman, and he sees this woman that he's dating starting to get overweight and unhealthy. And he starts to call it out and say, hey, you're starting to gain some weight. What exactly about that makes him evil? Oh, well, it's shallow. Well, okay, but which of the things that women want from men isn't shallow? Yeah, women hear feelings, not your actual dictionary of definition words. Right, and that's exactly it, is he may have said some things in a particular context that he meant in a particular way, and she did not hear the words, she heard the feelings, and she's now relaying how she felt about what he said, not what he actually said. It's entirely possible. Right, you don't love me for who I am, right. It could be that, yeah, the guy decided, you know what? Maybe he was being the super sweet, nice guy in the beginning because he believed that he was a loser who didn't deserve anything and that, he was pedestalizing her. And then he starts watching some red pill stuff and going, you know what? Maybe I do bring some stuff to the table. Maybe I can have standards. Maybe I'm allowed to do that. Maybe that doesn't make me evil. Maybe. And so she starts to gain some weight and, she's maybe getting a little uppity with him, and he starts to go, you know what? I'm not down with that. I don't appreciate that. I'm not looking for this. Guy starts to gain confidence that maybe she's not his only option. And he becomes okay with losing her and starts voicing his preferences. Oh, okay. Yeah, so that makes him evil. All right, got it. Okay. Again, I'm not like saying the guy is this great person for doing any of what he did. I don't know what he did. I don't really care. To me, this entire interaction is a total neutral. There's no, like, this whole thing comes off as entirely neutral. Like, it's being framed as like, oh, she lost this man, or this thing was taken away from her. Remember, in this story, she broke up with him. She left him, but she's acting as if the red pill reached in and grabbed and took him away. All because he decided, you know what? I do have standards. And maybe you don't meet them. So maybe I don't want to marry you. That to me is an entirely neutral interaction. Nobody stole your boyfriend, madam.
Look, I very long ago got into this deep dark hole of Andrew Tate.
Yeah, and we've spoken about him
Who is this
before.
guy? Yeah, who is this guy? Why does he keep appearing? Like, what's going on? And to begin with, I thought, oh my God, this is so ludicrous, until I saw the amount of followers that he had before he got banned, and just how like well received his content was, as in the amount of engagement, comments. When I was scrolling through, I thought, this can't be for real.
Yeah.
But I think what happens is when you have someone like that has such a polarizing view, and a view that's kind of easy to align yourself with.
For some.
Well, I hate to say it, but people that feel like they don't fit into any box. It's like a real, in my opinion, it's very predatory, and it
100%.
Yeah. And I mean, it's the same as all kind of cults, I would say. In fairness, that's how I would describe his train of thought as a cult leader.
Yeah.
I can see how those
proof of that, please. I don't know. Hey, maybe he is, but that's a heck of an accusation to throw out there without really any evidence.
perceptions or those views are normalized for that group.
100%, especially when you're impressionable.
Yeah, exactly. Do I think it's normal? Absolutely not. I think it's
Red pill to them is only Andrew Tate. That's the only thing they can picture in their mind is Andrew and Myron and all, those guys. Yeah, not fitting in a box is predatory. Right. Yeah. Having standards, I guess, is predatory too.
Good. But can I see where it comes from? Yes.
Yeah, well, that's the thing.
Yes, because feminism isn't a cult at all. Exactly.
And it's not new content now, so we're not surprised.
No.
It probably wasn't the right question to ask you. I've got 2 more stories, then we'll go a bit further.
Yeah.
This story was incredibly similar. He started out nice. This lady thought their political beliefs lined up when she found him on Bumble at one of the apps. She then says, there were certain social gatherings I felt like I could no longer invite him into for fear he'd bring up one of his hot takes. And then the last one, in this, the woman dating the Manosphere bro says, he'd sometimes ask me to come over and tell me what I should wear. Like, I want you wearing a skirt with stockings and heels. Send me a picture before you come over.
What's wrong with that? I mean, hey, like, besides the fact that the only thing that would make that wrong is like, look, if you're not married, okay, these are unchristian behaviors. Fine. But that's not what they're saying makes this interaction wrong. What they're saying makes it wrong is the fact that he simply asked her to do this at all, that he asked her to wear a particular thing instead of allowing her the complete and total freedom to decide whatever she wanted to wear for herself. Power premise. You must... The book of First Feminism's 3:16. Thou shalt not infringe on a woman's power. And that's what he did. That is the sin he committed here. It has nothing to do with any sort of sexual degeneracy of, hey, I'm going over to a guy's house to sleep with him. Which, of course, they can't criticize that because she's engaging in that too. She's the one going over there. The only thing they can criticize is, he infringed on her power by asking her to wear a particular thing.
And I'll let you know if it's okay. The level...
Yeah, asked equals trying to take my rights away. Exactly. That's how they frame it. He's saying, I have this preference. I want you to wear this. As if women don't go, hey, I want you to do this. I want to go here. I want this to happen all the time.
Of control he thought he had. If it hadn't been so funny to me, it would have been...
Asking is control. The level of control he had, yes.
Quite disturbing. How do we stop this? What's your thoughts as someone raising boys?
I think it's education. I also think it's, I said this before, but it's how you speak to yourself, how you speak with your partner, the type of relationships that you're modeling amongst your friends, the jokes that you're telling.
Yeah.
I think it's a language thing, if I'm honest.
If you notice someone being a bit Manosphere-esque, either in a friendship group or at work, would you pull them up or would you feel too uncomfortable?
It depends what it is.
Yeah.
So I think where I come unstuck a lot of the time, and I hate to say this, is sometimes I dismiss stuff that I think is a joke because I'm like, that's so ridiculous.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Totally unbiased. A man having an opinion on how his woman dresses is abusive, according to them. When the reality is, it's actually, it's a sign of affection. If your guy has particular things that he likes you to wear, it means that it shows that he actually cares about you. He wants you to look your best. He wants to be maximally engaged and attracted to you. What's wrong with that? I feel bad for any boy raised by women like these. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, ew, not that sweater. Every chick. Exactly. Honeydew lists, right. I want to walk down dark alleys with nothing on. It's independence, exactly.
And so
you also just sometimes
wild
getting into it.
Yeah, but it's so wild that I'm like, oh God, that's gross. And I'll make a comment like, you're an idiot.
Yeah.
Or, come on, really?
Yeah. And then you'll think about it later.
But then I'll think about it later and be like, oh my God, imagine if that comment was like genuinely how they felt or what they thought was true.
My wife, you told me you like me in blue the other day, babe. You're abusing me. Yes, I know. I am just the worst, most controlling husband, aren't I? I have preferences, things that I think my wife looks better in than others. It has nothing to, it is in no way, shape, or form a sign of affection for my wife.
I mean, I trust and know enough of my friends to know that that's not who they are, but I'd be lying if I don't have friends in my own broader friendship group that have said things
that make you uncomfortable.
That I'm like, really?
Yeah, I think everyone has people in their circle that they're like, oh, I'm not sure we completely align on every single thing.
Yeah.
There were lots of words within that article.
Good point. Try having a wedding where a woman doesn't tell everyone what to wear. Yeah. I actually, at our wedding, I got to pick out my stuff and my groomsmen. It was actually pretty genius. I found some really cheap but classy stuff on Amazon because I didn't want my boys having to spend a ton of stuff. We looked pretty dapper. We looked good. It was nice.
They brought me to think about like this sort of glossary that exists inside the manosphere. There's so many words like red pill, high value man.
The high value thing, I cannot. What does that even mean?
I'm glad you asked, my friend. It's a reference to someone with...
It's revolting. Oh, we hate this idea of a high value man because it reflects on your natural preferences and what you actually find attractive and what you want, and you don't want the truth about that getting out. Is that what makes it revolting? Or is it the fact that if men become high value men, then they can actually start having preferences. They can actually start choosing things that they want in women and you don't, and that's controlling, that's abuse. How dare you? Finger wag.
Superficial markers of value, including fitness and wealth. And I think that's a really interesting and successful way that these manosphere creators have brought young, impressionable men into their world because they're saying, fuck the 9 to 5, fuck the system. I'm going to make you so much money. You're an idiot for working in a corporate job. Come to me. We're going to make money and you're going to live the life.
But can I also say on that, I feel like fitness...
That's not really an accurate description of what it is. All we're like, hey, for most of us, all we're really doing is just saying this is what women respond to. And this is what they don't. Maybe there's guys in the space who say the things that she's saying, but that's not the core crux of it. That's not the argument that we're making.
And wealth, to be honest, measures at a personal. I really do. Because I look at some fitness influencers that perhaps aren't ripped unbelievably.
If they didn't have double standards, they'd have no standards. That's a good one.
Unbelievably toned, don't have a six pack, and they are so fit. Like they could run ultra marathons, but they don't have the physique.
Chat's on fire today. Women do everything they can to get with a wolf, then try to turn him into a Pomeranian. I love it.
That you're thinking of. When I see all this manosphere stuff, it's always
guys
the with six packs, unbelievably tanned.
Do you know?
10% of men exist. The other 90% are evil, but also don't exist at the same time. Yeah, make that make sense.
Everyone looks like that, though.
I think it's because, as much as what we were just talking about earlier of the value we've assigned to women that comes to their looks and being beautiful and dainty and youthful and all that.
Yeah.
I think the values we've assigned to men in a very traditional world is earning a lot of money.
Has nothing to do with assignment. Has nothing to do with assignment. So yeah, their idea, they're working off of the feminist social construct theory that everything in life is socially constructed and we assign values to certain things based on just whatever we want to, that it has no basis in biology or our sinful flesh or our nature or anything like that. And so we can rewrite humans however we want. No, humans have nature, they have instincts, they have desires. You can work with those things. You can create structures and systems that curb those things, that restrain the worst of our impulses. You can incentivize people towards better things, but you can't just reassign something completely. It does not work like that. To first confuse the enemy, you must first confuse yourself. These girls are very confused.
And being really strong and big.
Yeah, but what is a lot of money? That's what I'm going to say. I think this, I hate to say it, but I'm like,
if you're asking that Justin Waller guy on the show, he reckons he's worth 30 million and he's pretty happy with himself.
yeah, but the average Joe isn't going to earn that.
I know, but that's how they bring these people in.
Right. Okay. The premise here. Yeah. Oh, well, yeah. See, they're acknowledging the actual problem, though. The average Joe can't make that amount of money. Never mind the reality that the vast majority of women will not settle down with a man who's not on track to buy a house and be able to provide for a full family and all of that. And there aren't enough jobs to go around for all the men to give them that life. No, this is all just social programming and assignments and all of that. What was she saying?
The show, he reckons he's worth 30 million and he's pretty happy with himself.
yeah, but the average Joe isn't going to earn that.
I know, but that's how they bring these people in because one.
Yes. And so the idea is that we're lying to the guys and telling them that, hey, make all this money, get into this position, and then you'll have this good life. And if you don't, you won't. And we're lying to them by telling them this somehow. No, what we're saying is that this is what women today select for because they are completely unrestrained and they are, instead of restrained, they are encouraged and incentivized to seek only the things that they feel and that they want the most. Women are selecting men in those ranges. Women are incentivizing these men into these spaces by the men that they choose. If you don't want men to go to these spaces, you need to change what women choose.
One of the guys even in this show with Louis Theroux, he's like, I was homeless recently. And it's like, perfect. That's how you get people like that in. It's like, I'm going to give you financial stability. You're going to be independent. You're going to have all these women throwing themselves at you. It's so wild. Just to wrap this up, I've got two directions I want this to go. So I gave you the definition of the high value man. Now red pill. Did you know what that meant?
No.
I didn't until recently either, which I think is wild that neither of us knew that. But red pill, this is the definition. In the manosphere, those who have been red pilled see the world as it really is, understanding the so-called real nature of women's behavior and dating preferences. As researchers Megan Kelly, Alex DeBronco, and Julia DeCook write, red pill is awakened to the truth that socially, economically, and sexually, men are at the whims of women's and feminist power and desires. So they think that they're like the ones that have been hard done by in this situation.
I don't know where to go from that.
Yes, guys, these things that you've been, again, the experience fallacy. Yeah, no, this is all just stats and content and people talking and displaying these fake lifestyles. It's just all propaganda. This has nothing at all to do with anything that actual men are experiencing. Ha 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 ha. It's so false because, yeah, women do be mocking. Yeah. You haven't seen The Matrix? Admonish. Yeah, I need to set up a soundboard so I can have the admonish button. I need that. But that's beside the point. No, this is the false premise. It is not the stats that draw guys in. It's their experiences that push them out. Men start off wanting to live in the romanticized world. They desperately want that. Even going back to like that one comment from this guy who's like, man, I really wish that it wasn't true. It's comforting. Exactly. That is the word. It's comforting to be a part of the romanticized world. The blue pill bubble. Stats and propaganda don't pull guys out of that comfort. Their experiences with women push them out. guys who are in the red pill space who have that awareness don't want to have it. They don't want to see things that way. They call it red pill rage for a reason. Guys get upset, not just that they had been lied to their whole lives once they start to realize it. They get upset that the romantic world that they desperately wanted to live in isn't real. They get upset that their romantic fantasy got ripped from them. And they miss it. They grieve it. They grieve the death of their romance story. Because they are pushed to it by what women, they're not pulled out by stats. They're not pulled into the manosphere by other people's stats and stories. No, they reference those things because those things give weight and validity to their experiences. The stats and the content didn't pull them in. Their experiences with women pushed them out. No guy who's in the red pill space wants to be red pilled. Yeah, the stats are really just anchors. Yeah, a lot of black pillars could find a woman if they wanted to, but they don't want to bend their own morals to become the kind of guy who would be successful with women. That's a thing that this guy didn't engage with in this discussion here about the Sterling Cooper thing. Now, that's enough of this. I think we got their point. But let's watch this Sterling Cooper video. Because one of the guys sent this to me. Let's see what he was actually saying. It's 12 minutes long. Politically incorrect truths about women. Okay, so these are the points. I'm guessing, so this guy is an ex-porn star, by the way. If anybody knows anything about how women behave, it might be him. He might have some experience with it. Maybe. Could. It's possible. Now, but this is exactly what, was it Kaladin that said that? Yeah, this is exactly the kind of thing that makes men go black pill, is they don't want to become this guy. Guys halfway agree with you, Mr. Raphael. They don't want to become immoral. They don't want to set aside their conscience in order to get with women. But they keep seeing that they keep seeing that be the only way to actually do it. Because that is what women respond to. And they prove it over and over again. So much of the time. Guys don't want to do that. So they say, you know what? If I have to become a bad dude, then I'd rather just not become anything. I'd rather just not pursue women at all. I'm going black pill. But anyways, let's see what Sterling has to say.
Since we were young, us men have been lied to about female nature.
Darkest HN. Got done watching your recent video of the Indiana resident being abused by his wife and ignored and or dismissed by the church. Really hit my heart, for I too live in Indiana. You did a really good job showing off his story at YouTube. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I appreciate that. Thanks for the support. Yeah, that was a hard story to tell. And it was hard to get it right and sift through it. I know in the video I said that I wanted to do another follow-up with some more of the evidence that he sent me. I'm actually starting to wonder if I'll have time to do that. So I may have to follow. I may not be able to follow through on that promise, at least not anytime soon. But yeah, it was a harrowing story, and I got some pushback from some guys who were saying, listen, hey, we've tried telling churches about this before. They have never listened, and they're not going to listen. So this is pointless. Why are you doing it? Just stop. But I feel the need to try, to at least try, because part of the reason why Jordan's church elders did what they did in that video is because they knew they could get away with it. They knew that they could ignore his suffering. They knew that they could white knight support that his reviling wife, and nobody would push back. They knew that they thought it wouldn't come out into the light. They thought no one would criticize them for it. They thought that they could just give in to their protective white knight instincts and gratify their flesh, their fleshly desire to elevate and rescue the woman, regardless of the truth of the situation. They thought they could do that without anyone noticing or calling them out. And the vast majority, and by the way, my email inbox got flooded after that video with other guys who are like, man, way too many similarities. Way too many similarities between this and my story. Guys who also wanted to tell their story. There's one guy he sent me a message about he's in the middle of it right now. He's in the process of his church actively supporting his wife who's trying to divorce him sinfully. I got inundated with that stuff. Jordan's story is not an isolated incident, and the reason why it's not isolated is because all of these churches think that they can get away with it. They think that they're in the shadows. No one will notice, no one will call them out, no one will disagree. Part of the reason why I'm doing this, why I want to tell these stories, even though they don't get many views and I didn't monetize it because I don't want people accusing me of the grift. I don't want to invalidate his story that way. Even though it's a lot of work for very little gain on my end, these stories need to be told because these people need to know that they can't just get away with it anymore. What's being done in the dark right now needs to come out into the light. That is our only chance at making any change or stopping it. It cannot be comfortable for these guys to sinfully protect sinful women. It needs to become uncomfortable for them, or it will not stop. So I'm making an attempt. I have no idea if it will work. Please pray for this, for that mission, for that video, and for any more that we're able to do in that vein. Captain Cisco, these police cams will red pill the public because it mostly shows women going crazy, then all their charges get dropped. Yeah. Asmongold's daily cop slop videos are, man, I don't think the left realizes how much of a blessing to conservatives the George Floyd situation was. Because the George Floyd situation led liberals to demand body cams on all police officers because they thought they were going to expose all this bad police behavior. And instead, it has blessed conservatives with the exact opposite. It has shown who is truly going crazy right now. It has shown the truth of it, who the actual bad guys are out there. And yeah, and Asmongold has been giving a lot of traction to these things. Midway Safety already gets lots of views, but it's even more now. And his daily cop slop is usually what my wife and I watch with dinner. It's our sort of like guilty pleasure watching. But yeah, it is absolutely Saint Floyd of body cams. He should get a statue for that. Matt is making an attempt to fix it the soft way now, otherwise the hard way will fix the issue later. Yeah. EP is the Mike Winger of evil women. That was actually, believe it or not, what inspired me to do it. Yeah. So, that's, hopefully it catches some traction and takes off. It hasn't been, the metrics haven't been that great so far. Definitely gets less views than my normal videos, and it could be ruining my algorithm for my channel and absolutely destroying things, making it worse, which it's already been tough lately, by the way. I've been talking with a lot of other creators who say similar things to what I do, and basically everybody's saying, hey, we get lots of engagement, no growth. It's been that way for the last year. Something's wrong. So, yeah. Pray. Guys, pray.
These misunderstandings are the root cause of why so many men get blindsided by a breakup or get cheated on behind their back. My name is Sterling Cooper. I'm an award-winning adult film star and coach to thousands of men all over the world. And today, I'll be sharing 10 common lies men believe about women, many of which I learned the hard way. So let's get stuck into it. Starting with lie number 1. Women are attracted to virtuous men. This might sound harsh, but being moral, virtuous, and honorable does zero for a woman's attraction. Women don't...
Yeah, well, to be clear, it doesn't turn them off. It's just not connected. That is not a wire that's connected together. People, like, that's a big part of the romantic mythos, is it's the guys who want that outcome. They want men to be incentivized to be good men. So they say women want good men, as if that will just magically make it true and incentivize men to be good men. But it's not connected as far as I've seen. Yeah, 2 different scoreboards, exactly.
About your morality, not even the good girls, when it comes to tingles downstairs. This is why drug dealers, gangsters, and criminals have no trouble at all getting women, and getting women who are very loyal to them. And to prove my point, I'll use myself as an example. A lot of guys will say that because of my background as a porn star, that I would only be able to attract degenerate women. But you might be surprised to find out that that is completely not the case. Since leaving the porn industry in 2020, I've dated a lot of good girls, religious girls, girls who couldn't even leave the house unless their father gave them permission for it. And none of them were bothered about my past career. In fact, many of them were rather intrigued by it, if anything. So my dating life has not been impacted at all since leaving the adult industry. Now, I'm not saying you should be a bad person or be a degenerate. I'm just saying that whether you're a saint or not makes no difference to them in terms of attraction. Lie number 2, you can negotiate desire. Genuine desire cannot be earned by being a good little boy or by being compliant. A good example of this is guys doing chore play instead of foreplay, taking out the trash, changing the diapers, washing the dishes. None of that is going to make a woman want to suck your dick. If doing these things actually made women's pussy wet, then every man in the world would be doing chores, and they would have been doing them since the dawn of...
Well, okay, but to be fair, a lot of men today are doing chores for women, and it is not working. Yeah, just a few minutes in, he debunked the first guy's entire video. Yeah, exactly. Look, guys, if you're gonna do chores, do it because it's a thing that needs to be done. Do not connect it in any way, shape, or form to a woman's desire for you. It has nothing to do.
And while she might pat you on the back the first few times and give you a little validation, over time she will begin...
You've had the perfect man and still listen to a snake.
...to lose respect for you. She's gonna think you're a complete and total pussy. This is the unfortunate reality of men and women. And there's studies that actually back up when men do more housework, they become less attractive and they get less sex from their wives. Lie number 3, happy wife.
And see, Raphael didn't talk about that particular bit of data. So you'll notice he didn't actually engage in any point with any data that the Manosphere guys bring up. Not once did he bring up data.
Life, happy life.
He brought up strawmans. He created caricatures of the stuff that Manosphere guys say, and he picked out a section from this that was one illustration to prove the point, but it wasn't data. And he tried to debunk the illustration. He failed at it, but yeah, he's not actually going after data.
Most guys hear this and think they need to start bending over backwards for their woman. They think doing everything in their power to make her happy will actually make her happy. But let me tell you a story of what happens when you do this. One of my best mates from high school got married young and had kids with this girl. And he did everything he could to make her happy. He worked overtime, he did everything she asked, and he did everything he possibly could to try and please her. And what did she do? She fucking ground him into the dirt. When he was working overtime, she was out cheating on his ass. She tried to take his kids, fly them out of the country, and just...
By the way, that's another bit from Jordan's story we didn't get into. When she took his kids away and just disappeared, he was terrified that she was a flight risk. Because remember, she was not originally from the US. And so there's actually a letter he wrote to the police begging them to find her and stop her, because he was afraid. He had found a note from her that I have in here somewhere actually, where she was listing off all of this checklist of things that she would need to leave, to take off. And he was concerned that, and he presented that as evidence that she was a flight risk to leave the country with their kids. And once they leave the country, he's never going to see his daughters again. So he was terrified. And by the way, very similar story. Jordan did everything. He tried to do everything that his wife wanted for years, and it never improved her mood. She just stayed mad and kept attacking him.
Just fucking wrecked him financially. And he was just blindsided.
And wrecked Jordan financially.
By how manipulative and unnecessarily vindictive a woman could be. He did not do a single thing wrong to her. But him being overly pleasing and overly accommodating to her just created so much resentment in her. He didn't have any boundaries, he didn't have any self-respect. He unfortunately acted like a bit of a pussy, which is all.
Yeah, he acted like a woman. And she does not want to be with a woman. He acted like, I'm here to be. He acted like a helper. Women are not attracted to men who act like helpers. They may rebel against the helper role themselves, but they don't find it desirable when men do it.
All low value behavior. And that unfortunately can cause women to do some very nasty things. So the lesson here is that you should never pedestalize women. Never put a woman above everything else in your life. Your own happiness and self-respect have to come first. Now, does this mean...
Well, or at the very least, your mission. Have something to do that matters. Yeah, women are the helpers. Yeah, exactly. So that when you have a woman in your life, she is helping you do that mission, that thing that makes a dent in the world for good.
You can't be nice to women. No. In fact, that ties into the next lie that men believe. Lie number 4. Women hate nice guys. Guys hear nice guys finish last and think that being a bad boy or a total asshole is what women want. But that's not quite the case. Women don't want to be treated horribly, but they do hate a weak, predictable man. You see...
Right, it's not nice. Again, niceness has nothing to do with it. It's weak and boring. He's saying predictable, but boring is the thing. You can do all kinds of things in a relationship, but you can't, if you want a woman to stick around, you cannot bore her. You gotta, again, and that ties back to what he was saying before, you gotta have something to do that matters. You gotta have an adventure that you're going on, a mission that you're going on. You gotta have something that introduces some kind of variability into your life.
There's a big difference between being...
And you have to stick to it strongly. You cannot be nice, you have to be firm.
Nice and being weak. And a lot of guys who think they're nice to women are actually just being weak. They're actually just rolling over and not having opinions, not having any boundaries. And by weak, I don't just mean physically weak either. I mean they display weak behaviors. Behaviors like pedestalizing women, being needy, not having boundaries, being indecisive, not taking charge and leading in the relationship, lacking emotional control. Basically behaviors that my friend from high school was unfortunately displaying a lot of. These behaviors will destroy a woman's attraction for you. And it doesn't matter if you tick all the boxes on paper. You could be jacked, you could make a ton of money, you could be funny, you could be tall, you could even be famous. If you show her too much weak behavior, she will lose all respect and lose all attraction for you. So there's no need to be a total dick towards women. You should still be a gentleman. I still open car doors. I still pull out chairs. I still pay for the bill. But you should...
Just remember, it's not connected. It's not that it turns her off necessarily. It's just not connected to her attraction. Unless that's all you do and you do too much of it and you start to become subservient to her. You start to act like a helper to her.
The leader in the relationship. Enforce boundaries. Be unapologetic about how you want to live your life and keep things unpredictable. Lie number 5. Time investment means something to women. Women are quite fickle creatures and they tend to live in the emotional moment. Particularly the emotional moment that they're in right this very second. That is why it's common for women to divorce men after 10, 15 years of marriage. And she'll say things like, he's changed, he's not the man I married, but the real reason she left was because she was bored. Her emotions flatlined. How long?
Yeah, and this is an unfortunate thing, but I tend to agree. A lot of the Manosphere guys will say women aren't loyal to people or things, they're loyal to their feelings. As long as they have feelings for a guy, they're loyal to that guy. Now, again, I tend to believe that we can teach better than that. We can encourage better than that. We can help women grow into becoming something better than that. But at a natural level, if you just let women do whatever they want and become whatever they want, that is what they will become. They will become loyal to their feelings above all else. When their feelings change, she will follow wherever the feelings take her.
You two were married, how much you invested into her, how many kids you've had with her, all of that doesn't actually mean anything to women. The only thing that matters is how she feels in this present moment. And that can change, especially if you are extreme.
Everything he's describing is counter to the biblical expectations for marriage. Well, for the most part, there's ways that there's elements of it that can fit and there's elements of it that don't. But again, like I said, a lot of what he's describing is This is how to navigate women when they are behaving according to their natural instincts. And he's correct in that. But a lot of what the Bible describes about a marriage and how a marriage should be and how men and women should complement each other, it goes against our nature, which means if you want women to behave in those ways, you cannot just let women go and expect them to arrive there on their own. It requires outside intervention to get there. To get women into a place where they behave according to Scripture requires discipline. It requires teaching. It requires rebuke. It requires consequences, restraints, guardrails. It requires exhorting them to better things, rewarding them for better things, getting them experiencing better things so they develop a taste for better things. Again, going back to the illustration of sugar, we all have a natural tendency to gluttony. In our natural state, we will gravitate towards gluttony and eating whatever tastes the best, regardless of what consequences it does. If you just let people go, give them no consequences, not even, like this is what the fat acceptance movement is all about. And, the body positivity movement, at least before GLP-1s came along, and exposed them to be a scam. What they were trying to do was make it socially acceptable to become fat so that there are no consequences for nom-noms, right? For eating as much garbage as you want, so that the people in that movement, predominantly women, could eat and satisfy what they naturally want without any consequence to it. If you want people to go against that natural hunger and that natural desire and curve, you have to train people. It's the same with food. It's the same with relationships. You have to get people onto something better. There's even this is something I believe Paul talks about this. It's Peter or Paul. In one of the epistles, talks about how you were, right now, you're on the spiritual milk, but you need to get to a place where you can consume the actual meat spiritually. That takes time. Consequences, never heard of them. Right. Yeah. So you have to train it. People have natural things that they gravitate towards. And again, this is where I disagree with much of the Manosphere. I do not believe that all of the things people naturally gravitate towards are right and good simply because they are natural. Just because people want to eat lots of sugar and get fat doesn't make that's good, doesn't mean you should encourage it. No, it's deeply unhealthy and destructive for them and oftentimes the people around them. I gotta pay higher taxes to pay for your medical bills. Because I have to help subsidize your healthcare. You let people go towards their nature, they'll gravitate towards it. They will always gravitate towards the thing that satisfies their flesh the most. To get them moving the opposite direction, you have to put restraints, exhortations to something better, consequences for failure, all of it. Women are no exception to that. So yeah, this is where, naturalistic fallacy is still a fallacy. Great point. Yeah, exactly. I disagree. I am out of step with much of the Manosphere in this particular place, but I'm also out of step with the normies because I don't just say, oh, well, they're wrong about their observations. Women don't actually want that stuff. No, in their nature, they do. Which is why you got to protect them from their own nature.
Extremely boring, or you display very weak behaviors like I mentioned.
Yeah, the Bible is full of these examples. Israel worshiping idols in the wilderness, the want for kings when God said what they'd do to them. Yeah, and God wanted them to consider him their king. But no, their flesh, their nature, they wanted a king like all of the other nations. So, yeah. what our nature wants is not automatically the best thing for us. Sometimes our instincts are right, but sometimes our instincts are twisted by our selfish, sinful flesh. And that takes a lot of repentance, a lot of sanctification, a lot of work, and an entire community wrapped up around a person to develop them develop them into something better. It's not going to just naturally happen to women just 'cause.
Earlier. Line number 6. Being good looking matters to women like it does to us. Now, of course, being good looking helps you attract women. I'm not going to deny that. I'm not an idiot. But there are other attraction triggers that are far more powerful than a man's looks alone. The most powerful attraction trigger being status, social proof. Women knowing that other women want to fuck you and other men respect you. In fact, it is so powerful that you could be broke, fat, short, and boring. But if you have status, women will still throw themselves at you. A great example of this is Patrice O'Neal, who unfortunately passed away.
Poor Patrice.
Now, granted, he's actually quite tall, but the guy ain't traditionally good looking at all. He was obese his entire life. He even opened...
Yeah, the issue is people assume we're good by default and not sinners by default. Yeah, so the premise... most premises people have fail. Exactly, right? They're building it on the premise that we're good. Well, no, they're building it on the premise that women are naturally good and men are naturally bad. Never gonna work.
Admitted in his interviews that he struggled with girls when he was growing up because he was just so damn fat. But that all changed once he became a famous comedian. And he's just one of many examples I could pull out of a hat. Now, there are several ways you can raise your status without actually being famous. The most obvious one is building yourself into a man worthy of the respect of other men and the admiration of women, which means getting fit, making a bit of money, acquiring some real-world skills. You can also raise your status by having a good look at Instagram, having high-quality pictures that showcase a nice lifestyle, competencies, and
well, and it's also follower count. That's really, if we're being honest, that's the thing that drives it. It shows that other people are engaged with you, they listen to you, you have influence. Status isn't just about the position. It's about, do you have influence over other people? Will other people respond to you? Because again, I always go back to the research of Dr. Buss. Every one of these attraction triggers is related to the flow of resources and protection in some way, shape, or form. In this particular case, status means social safety net. I can, if I'm in a bad spot, I can go talk to these other people and they will come in and help because I have status. If you're low status, you don't have people that can come in and come to your aid if there's a problem. If bandits attack, I don't have any friends, I'm screwed. But if I got the whole village behind me, great. Low on resources, low on food for the winter. Yeah, I'm by myself. Well, sorry, we're all gonna die. But we've got the whole village behind us, and I'm someone that the village cares about and they want to help out. Yeah, we got a better chance of survival. So all of this stuff matters deeply to women for non-trivial reasons.
Good social circle. Another way is
followers can be bought. Well, yeah, unfortunately, there's a lot of that. There's a lot of guys out there who are faking status all over the place. So, yeah, the thing with status is it doesn't give loyalty. Status goes away, so do they, right? Yeah, you got to be careful with that. He's excusing women's bad behavior? Me or this guy? I don't know. I haven't heard any excuses. I'm definitely not excusing it. That's precisely what I'm saying is just because this is what motivates women to behave in these ways doesn't make it the right behaviors for them. And it doesn't make it right for us to just be like, okay, that's just how women are. And yeah, and I can get that because yeah, again, that is one of the ways in which I am disconnected from a lot of these guys. I don't just put it out there and say, hey, this is what women respond to. This is how they operate. It's their nature. Go forth, men. No, I call it out and say a lot of this is garbage and it should not be this way. Just because it is doesn't make it right.
Being extremely charming and confident. Being able to command a room.
Yeah. So far I've heard this is what happens, not this is good, right? He's not excusing it, to be fair. Again, yeah, he's just saying this is what is.
With your presence. Being comfortable with being the center of attention. Because what you have to realize is that attention and status are basically interchangeable, especially in the social media.
Sterling is technically. He's saying, yeah, they like this, just be like that. Well, sort of. He hasn't done any prescriptions yet. He's just simply saying this is what women respond to. He hasn't actually, as far as I can tell, he hasn't told the guys to do anything yet. If he does, then yeah.
If you're the life of a party, you immediately have more status than anyone else in that room in that moment. Now, moving on to the next lie, which is a fucking classic. Women want you to be vulnerable. You should get in touch with your emotions more. Let me share a little story with you. So, my mother passed away a few years ago now, and it was absolutely the saddest moment of my entire life. And about a year after she passed, I was dating this girl. And I remember one day, we were just talking, and something just reminded me of my mother. And I immediately broke down into tears in front of her because, you know, I lost my fucking mother, for God's sake. Now, she was consoling and stuff, but after that moment of weakness, the relationship between us totally changed. The attraction and visceral lust that she'd had for me before that, it just disappeared, like almost overnight. It was very, very clear. So that was...
Yeah. Aaron, my recent interaction with a girl that's coming into my life has completely upended how I've viewed red pill content. Interesting. Yeah.
A really defining moment in our
need a little more context for that to see what that means, which direction that moved you.
And that relationship fell apart. So the lesson here is this: you can't really show emotional vulnerability. Women want you to be invulnerable, to be their rock, their protector. They want to know that you're not the kind of guy who's going to break under pressure. And by venting your insecurities or crying in her arms, she is going to interpret that as weakness, at least subconsciously. And it will make her feel unsafe around you. And it's unfortunate, but she will lose attraction for you because of it. Lie number 8. Men and women think the same. Men process the world through logic first and then emotion second. But women, on the other hand...
Well, okay, that's not technically true. That's not the way our brains actually work. So this is where the research of Jonathan Haidt is useful. Something like 90% of people, men and women, do not do this. What we do, the way the vast majority of humans operate is we have gut level unconscious instincts and reactions to things. We have unconscious reactions to inputs that make us feel a particular thing. Or we make an unconscious judgment about a thing. That happens instantly. That judgment or feeling then gets sent up from our gut, essentially, to our conscious brain, where we then consider it rationally. Now, what appears to be different is less the way that men and women think in terms of logic versus emotion. It has more to do with motivation. Men seem to engage with that logical second step much more than women do. Women tend to much more often react to that first initial feeling impulsively. Women most often can do that same process of thinking about their feelings. They technically can do it, but don't choose to. They more often skip that step and simply just go off the emotion and the impulse. There's more detail to this. There are differences in the ways that thoughts bounce around male brains versus female brains. You know, for one, it's back to front. For the other, it's side to side. But yeah. So there's more. I get what he's trying to say, but there's more nuance to it than what he's actually saying.
They process the world through emotions and then backwards rationalize their decisions with logic. A good example of this is, again, a woman leaving a relationship despite all the time investment, just because she feels bored. She'll leave and then she'll backwards rationalize her decision by saying, he changed, or he's not the man I married. Men thinking that women make decisions based on logic is what causes a lot of the confusion and arguments in relationships. Moving on to the next lie, which is without a doubt one of the most damaging ones. Lie number 9. Women want what they say they want. The truth is that most women are not consciously aware of what attracts them. This is why.
But I just explained why. It's because they see a man and their gut makes a decision. It makes a judgment and it creates an emotion or a feeling or an instinct or something. First. Happens instantly. By definition, you are not aware of your unconscious consciously. And this, by the way, is not just Jonathan Haidt. This is Daniel Kahneman and Ian McGilchrist. A lot of this has to do with left brain versus right brain interactions. And so when a woman meets a man, she sees a man, She feels a thing, and she's not often consciously aware of that thing she feels. She makes a snap judgment about a man unconsciously in response to that feeling.
They say,
yeah, I try to ignore my feelings and just go straight to reason and logic. I can still feel my emotions, but I try my best not to let it take over my judgment. Exactly. Yeah. Well, again, anyone can, man or woman, anybody can do that. But part of it is you have to be trained to do that. I mean, to really, truly catch your feelings and notice them. Even men need to be trained to do that, right? Need to be trained in defusing. And men tend to do that process more naturally, more often. That's all I'm saying. It's not that women can't or that they don't even.
Things like they want a guy who's vulnerable and shows his emotions, but they go with the guy who very much doesn't. Or they say they want commitment, but then have a one-night stand with some guy in the alleyway behind the bar. What women say and what women do are two fundamentally different things, and you should be paying attention to women's actions because they are a far more accurate indicator.
Women spend 90% of their day talking to each other about the men they're attracted to. Well, yeah, they'll be honest with each other, but they won't be honest with the broader community. They won't be honest with you as men. A lot of the times they'll say, oh, I want this guy, or I want this, I find this attractive, and then choose exactly the opposite. I remember there were some times when I was in Bible college where I overheard some of the Bible college girls talking about some of the guys in the Bible college. And it was very different from what they said publicly. So you're right, they do spend a lot of time talking to each other, but they say very different things when they do. I would say more often it's women aren't taught how to do that. Yeah. And again, I tend to think that there's another piece of this that we're interacting with, is that men tend to, I think men actually do go to logic more naturally than women do, because men tend to what was I going to say? Well, first of all, men are incentivized to. If you're the one that has to make the decisions, the vast majority of decisions about things, and you're tasked, and you're the one that's held accountable long term, right? Things go bad. You make a decision, and 5 years from now, it goes bad, and people are mad at you for it. Well, you need to be ready for that. That requires that you consider second and third order effects of your decisions. That requires logic and processing. You can't figure that out necessarily on a just first blush judgment. So men have more of a natural incentive to engage with logic. The second reason is, I think it has to do with the way men and women perceive the world. Men do tend to, this is more just, take this with a grain of salt. This is me spitballing. This is what I've observed, what appears to be true. This is not gospel. Men tend to see objects, ideas, and logical concepts as the most real fundamental things in reality. As we interact with life, we tend to see the stuff and the ideas as the things that are the most real things. And so, yeah, we have feelings, but a lot of times they to us aren't the realest thing. And so we tend to want and gravitate towards engaging our logical brain a bit more because we want to engage with what we perceive to be reality. Whereas women tend to perceive that their feelings are the most real thing, which, if that's true, it would explain why women tend to act far more loyal to their feelings than to people or things, or even ideas. They tend to perceive that their feelings are the realest thing, so they tend to process the world by viewing things through them far more often. Again, it's not to say that women aren't logical or can't be logical, or that there aren't women out there who are naturally, of course, I'm saying this is not 100% versus 100%. I'm not saying black and white. This is overlapping bell curves. Yeah, men are the head, women are the body. Why do we overcomplicate everything? Yeah, well, we overcomplicate it because those passages have gotten reinterpreted by people who have messed with these realities. They have tried to make it socially illegal to suggest that men are more logical than women because they don't want men to be the head of the woman. And so they try to reframe things and redefine. They change the meaning of the words. They attach negative morality to certain ideas and concepts, like the idea that men might actually be better at leading. And so we have to engage with those things and make it more complicated because we have to go back to the root poison that is leading people to misinterpret those scriptures. I would like for it to be as simple as just saying, hey, this is just what scripture says, let's go do it. But there are so many people actively trying to misinterpret scripture, reinterpret it, that no, we have to engage with the stuff that led them to do it in the first place. Otherwise, we'll never take the scriptures back. Aaron, again, not sure if I'm more or less red-pilled. I think I'm less negative in approaching red pill, bringing in a godly balance. I'm willing to try putting up a Discord when I can. I have some massive transition going on. Okay, so yeah, if you're busy, don't worry about it. But it is interesting. Because yes, I mean, there's something to being like skeptical of the red pill and the Manosphere. Be skeptical of everything you hear. Consider all of it skeptically. Do not accept any of it just at face value and just say, oh, this is just how things are. No, process, again, guys, my pause game is in full form today. But yeah, there's the reasons why I don't march in lockstep with these guys. And I say things that go against the grain and they don't agree with and they don't like is because I take it, I think about it critically, and I process it the best I can. Some of it ends up looking true and looking correct to me. Some of it doesn't. So yeah, that's not a bad thing. Not a bad thing to be a bit skeptical in that way. Definitely test the fruits of stuff. Examine everything. Use your discernment. Yeah, look at the fruits as well. Yeah, all the homies should be based in Christ-pilled. Yeah. Well, by our definition of Christ-pilled. A lot of the guys who say that they're Christ-pilled are really just blue-pilled normies who are trying to pull everybody back into the blue pill and into white knight. A lot of people who say they're Christ-pilled are really just white knight-pilled, unfortunately. It's kind of sad.
Of what they are attracted to and respond to. And last but not least, line number 10. Women.
Yeah, that's perfect. The red pill is the descriptor. The Christ is the prescriptor. Yeah, and since the red pill is gathering its descriptions from observations made by faulty humans, got to take those descriptions with a bit of a grain of salt, right? Test them. But yeah, the prescriptor, Christ, that's the one we can take that information to and say, okay, Jesus, what do we do with it? And we can trust him.
Are sugar and spice and all things nice. Women are not these infallible creatures who never lie and can do no wrong. Just like how there is a light and a dark side to male nature, where we can be providers and protectors on one side, but we can also be violent and tyrannical and conquering nations on the other side.
We can be both? What? And women can too? This is insane. This is crazy talk, guys.
A light and a dark side to female nature. The good side to them is that they are beautiful and nurturing.
The white knights are worse than the women they defend? Absolutely, 100% agree. Because they're upstream of the bad behavior that they're trying to defend.
Beings who give birth to children, they give birth to society, really. The dark side is they can be very manipulative and unforgiving. And I think the reason why many guys harbor bitterness and resentment towards women is because they have this false assumption, a false idea of how women are, of female nature. And this creates a massive gap between a guy's expectations of what women are like.
Matt, how would I know what fruits I have? Well, start with the stuff the scripture lists, because that's the one thing we can trust. We can't trust anything outside of that fully. If it bears the fruits of love, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, gentleness, meekness, and self-control, all of that stuff, that's a start. If it bears the fruit of drawing people closer to God, bringing them farther away, that's good. Right now, what we're seeing is that a lot of the Christian space is just openly defending women no matter what they do. That is not bringing those women closer to Christ. That is not bearing that fruit of good behavior. They're not treating men particularly all that well when they have no accountability. So that's not leading to good fruit from the women. So yeah, that helps. Yeah, start with the fruits of the Spirit, exactly, yeah. And that's essentially what you should judge it by. But again, the moment you start doing that, you start applying those to women, you start finding out that, oh, whoops, a lot of women today who look like really good Christians on the surface are not displaying that love, peace, patience, gentleness, goodness, meekness. They're not displaying those things with their spouse, with their husband. Yeah, test the intended and unintended consequences. See if words, actions, and results line up with positive outcomes. Ultimately, at the end of the day, yeah, that's what we're looking for, especially with this stuff. Since we're looking into a more practical sphere of things, look at the outcome. We did these things, and we got this result. Was it a good result? Was it a bad result? And you judge whether or not it was good or was bad based on what Scripture says. But you're looking for outcomes. FYI, Bob, the Red Pill describes empirical truths by explaining what is and not what should be, right? And that's why a lot of these guys attacking it, like Raphael earlier, they have to attack it by ascribing moral value to it and saying, well, guys are leading to this. They're bringing it into the realm of should be. They're taking all this stuff like, hey, what Sterling is saying about, hey, this is just how it is, and they're ascribing all of these assumptions about, well, that must mean he's saying it should be this way, or men should act a certain way with this.
And then the reality of what women are like. And so they end up with this visceral hatred and bitterness towards women. But it's not these women's fault. They are simply acting according to their biological nature. So there's no...
Yeah, we're deductive problem solvers. It's totally fine to lean into it. It is the use of our God-given faculties, yeah. Yeah, that's true. We shouldn't be apologizing for it.
Point in resenting women. It would be like resenting a tiger for acting like a tiger and trying to eat you. It's society and mainstream media who have lied to you about women's true nature. Watch almost any movie, any rom-com, any TV show, and you'll see what I'm talking about. It's always some bumbling idiot who gets the hot girl. There's nothing masculine about the men that are often portrayed in these movies and media.
Yeah.
And here is the truth. Women are actually beautiful, lovely creatures. They make life as a man so much easier and more enjoyable if they love and respect you. And they are an essential part of the male experience. And it is my belief that any frustrations you have towards women...
I don't know if I can fully agree with him on that. The Femisphere is doing everything it can to speedrun the destruction of everything he just described. Women, probably a better way to say it, women can be beautiful, lovely creatures who bring all kinds of good things into the male experience. They can be. But that is not an automatic. That just simply isn't an automatic assumption. And it isn't just that, oh, well, they just will once they love and respect you. No, again, that's where you get into this debate about, well, do women actually love high value men, or do they just love the high value part? Does it have nothing to do with the man? If the high value leaves, does her love leave? Well, then is it even real? No, I think if you want women to genuinely love men and treat them well, that requires actual, consistent sanctification and development, growth. They have to become fully adult, genuine Christian humans instead of just base level animals. And I think if you conflate the idea that a woman is treating you well with the idea that she loves you, you're going to be confused a lot of the time. And it's going to look like women are never loyal to anything except the status that you bring to the table. I think a lot of time we're so convinced that women cannot ever be truly any better than their nature, because we just today, we do not at all call women to be better than their nature. We're just not trying to right now. If a woman reveres her husband, that will usually yield amazing results. Ephesians 5:33 in stereo. The genuine pre-1970 translation, not the modern, safe translations, right. And again, I guess I should point out, I'm not saying that those two things are mutually exclusive. Let's flip, if we flip the gender, we can understand all of these dynamics. Like that is the ultimate diagnostic test for all of these things. Men naturally want women who are, the maximally, the most gorgeous, aesthetically beautiful, healthy, sweetest. And they have all these things like aesthetic and service level preferences for women. And if a woman has those things, a man is going to respond to her better. He's in his natural state. He's going to want to seek her. He's going to see value in her, in the sense that he's going to receive emotional value from her and physical attraction, physical stimulation from that. And that will change his behavior in some ways. It's very simple. If a man is attracted to his wife, he's going to want to have sex with her more often. For example, just very simple. And that is not this thing that's completely separate from how he treats her. But at the same time, that is not the entirety of what makes up the way he treats her. You should also hold men to high standards of behavior and say, hey, men, your treatment of her should not solely be dependent on her aesthetics and her beauty and all of that. I understand that's going to influence it, but that is not the sole thing. What should primarily influence it is, well, how did God love you? How did Jesus love you? Love her that way. Flip that around. Yes, women are going to have instincts. They're going to treat men that they revere more positively, more often, and more naturally. It will be easier for her. It will go right along with her feelings. There'll be less friction for her. And that's good. That's good. You don't need to subtract that. But at the same time, there is a higher, that should not rule over her. The thing that should rule over her is her love for the man himself, based on the love that God has for her. So it's not that those natural things don't matter at all. They live together in the same person. And the stuff that's influencing your feelings, your nature, your instincts, those should not be the things at the top. They should not be the things that rule you or run your life. That's all I'm trying to say. FYI, Bob, the truth is a double-edged sword. It can hurt you, but also at the same time set you free like the red pill. It's not there to solve the problems. Yeah, the truth doesn't... Yeah, knowing the truth just gives you the map. It doesn't necessarily tell you how to navigate. It just tells you what the terrain looks like. Yeah. Having the wrong map will keep you stuck. Having the right map will... Okay, at least now the map isn't to blame anymore, but now you got to figure out a way to get out of there. Yeah, exactly. Start a Women's Promise Keepers? Possibly. But Jesus loves everyone unconditionally. Okay, so that's an interesting comment. It's actually not technically correct. He doesn't love us unconditionally. He loves us covenantally. Slight difference. It actually ends up mattering. And what's interesting about his covenant, you have the first covenant, which is with the Israelites, and you have the second covenant, the new covenant, which is, you have the old covenant and the new covenant. The new covenant is the one we're under. In the new covenant, God actually does both sides of the covenant. This was actually foreshadowed earlier on all the way back in Genesis when Abraham cuts covenant with God. Typically, that was an ancient custom where you'd have two people cut a bunch of animals in half and then both of you would walk between the animals. And that was to signify, if either of us breaks this contract, we will become like these animals and we'll be cut in half. What's interesting about that story is God actually puts Abraham to sleep. And God walked through the animals by himself. So it's a covenant, and it's actually a one-sided covenant. Same thing with Jesus. Jesus did both sides of the new covenant on the cross. So it's covenantal, but there are actually conditions to it. You cannot abuse him. You cannot presume to speak for him. You cannot misrepresent him. You cannot sin against him repeatedly. You cannot profane his blood by carrying on in sin after you claim to be repentant. Those are conditions. You do not get access to his grace and the fullness of his love and the riches of his goodness if you're consistently sinning against him. So it's not actually unconditional. So, yeah. And that should, I think, change the way that we view our relationships between men and women. Because a marriage is not unconditional. It is actually covenantal. Now, the difference there is that it's not a covenant. It's not a one-sided covenant. We treat it like that today, but it's not supposed to be. You're creating a covenant between two people. So yeah.
Stem from having a false understanding of female nature. And once you learn female nature and how to navigate it properly, you'll protect your peace of mind. This is the first step to having...
Yeah, we're required to obey, which is how we know that we love Christ, right? Yeah, John 14. Jesus says 3 times, if you love me, you'll obey my commands. 3 times, 3 different ways. Exactly. But that is the condition for being a part of his kingdom. You don't get to be a part of his kingdom unless you obey him. So women should not expect men to marry them unless they meet the conditions that men set for them. God doesn't let us into his kingdom if we don't meet his conditions. This whole notion of, this whole idea that God loves us unconditionally. No, that's not actually what's going on.
Happy
and so no, it's not the appropriate standard to place on men's shoulders, or it's not the appropriate responsibility and standard that you hold men to either.
Fulfilling relationships with women. Now, if you'd like to learn more about the darker side of female nature so that you do not get taken advantage of and you can protect your peace of mind, then check out this video over here where I go over the 5 signs of an evil, manipulative woman.
Oh, it's over. Okay. Anyways, what else were we doing? There's another one from her. We watched one of her last time. And some of you guys are pointing out she seems like a bit of a lefty. This is a very long video. We're not going to watch it. We're already 3.5 hours in. But very similar idea. The podcast, this one's about the podcast bro epidemic. It's all these podcasts are ruining generations of men. Yeah. So I don't think we'll watch this one today. There's another one over here. This is another long one. We're running low on time. The Manosphere's final form is worse than you think. What is the Manosphere? Can we combat it? So we can already tell from what he's going to say. Manosphere bad because we need to fight it. Getting into their heads. Manosphere 1.0. Manosphere 2.0. Ooh, what's that? Manosphere 3.0. Weaponizing the bros. Yeah. No, not her. Yeah. So is Christ's work conditional on our works? look, I'm not going to start a Armenian versus Calvinist debate here. That's not my channel. That's not my interest. All I'm saying is that I'm just repeating what it says in Hebrews. You do not get to be a part of the kingdom of God if you continue on in sin after you claim to be a Christian. In fact, it says it will be worse for you than a non-believer. So if that scripture means that it's conditional, then it's conditional. Anyways, Shapiro has nothing to do with the Manosphere. Well, yeah, he does occasionally say, I think he does say some things like, oh, women shouldn't vote, things like that. I know Matt Walsh and a lot of those guys who are not Manosphere say some of those things. But that's a lot of what you see is, again, they believe that it's a monolith. And anytime you hear one person say a talking point that's been tagged as a Manosphere talking point, oh, Manosphere. Jordan Peterson, Matt Walsh, Ben Shapiro, Michael Knowles, all these guys. All of these guys. Oh yeah, we'll just load them up. They're all in the Manosphere. They really don't know what it is they're talking about. They don't know how different all these people are in the way that they speak. To them, it's a heuristic. It's much easier to argue against a caricature of this group of guys who all say the same things and believe all the same things than it is to actually engage with all the different individual arguments and positions. But anyways, so that's some of the arguments against the Manosphere. Again, there's a few more. I wish we had a little bit more time because, again, I want to give these guys the benefit of the doubt and, give them, I want to engage with their arguments. At least a little bit. Yeah, ideology is easier to critique than praxeology. Exactly. Yeah.
Where am I?
Welcome. As a male between the ages of 9 to 29, you have been chosen.
Chosen? Chosen for what?
Okay, let's skip a bunch of this. Manosphere 1.0.
To begin my research in the early 2000s, around the time Al Gore invented the internet. Looking back, Manosphere 1.0 really was your pop's Manosphere. Fox News hosts and radio shock jocks.
At the end of the bar, if I ain't tripping, John said if one or two leave the church, they were never truly a follower of Christ. It's not works-based, but work is intuitive. Yeah. Yeah, it is a very sticky thing to understand. Like, what does it mean, like works-based versus just completely unearned? The moment, I think a lot of it is, it ends up being a redefining thing. It's a definition thing. If you define the fact that you accepted Jesus, if you define that as a work, well then yeah, that would make it a thing that you were doing to earn your salvation. I don't see any reason why that should be defined as a work, personally. I don't know.
You guys were Old Testament MAGA. Before Trump went woke with Tech Bros and the Teslas, I'm pretty sure he got the idea for building the wall from Rush Limbaugh.
They're building a restraining wall around the U.S. Capitol, like there is around the White House. But they're tearing down the wall at the U.S. border.
A couple of things stood out from watching these spiritual predecessors to the modern Manosphere. First.
Okay, Rush Limbaugh and all that. That's not relevant to us.
Starts with talking about Ben Shapiro. Yeah, you probably know. The whiny,
Okay, so Shapiro, I guess, is Manosphere 2.0?
Mouth, proselytizing dweeb that defined a generation of young male conservatives by serving up a ceaseless series of hot takes on his daily web shows, podcasts, and tweets.
Why don't you just say that you're on the left? Is this so hard for you? Why can't you just be honest?
Mr.
Seriously,
Shapiro,
it's a serious question.
Mr. Shapiro, if you only knew how ridiculous that statement is, you wouldn't have said it. I just asked you a question.
Cool. Manly shit. Like hating the most popular...
EP, do you think the Red Bill has things that are not in conflict with the Christian moral principles? This question is a trap. I feel a trap. As we've been looking at all stream, it absolutely does say things that are simply descriptions of reality. They have no moral value attached to them one way or the other. That is the vast majority of what the red pill is. Now, the Manosphere, there's plenty of guys that say to do things that are immoral things. But describing how people behave should never be considered an immoral thing. So, I don't know. Again, I sense that question is a trap. I'm not super willing to walk into it.
Music of the decade, or being friend zoned within his own marriage. Hell yeah, bro.
Do you think Christians can adapt the red pill to Christianity? Well, there's some people out there who do. Mike from Heroes Forge, he's in the chat right now. There's a few guys that do it. Lungs of Faith, another guy that could be considered, he's probably called Manosphere. He's considered red pill in a way. But again, we draw, guys like me and Lungs of Faith, we draw very different conclusions about the information presented in the red pill. Because that's really what it is. That's what it starts with. It's just information. Assess the information. Lungs of Trump. Yeah. He does have a bit of the Trump hair going on.
In 2015, Shapiro co-founded.
Yeah, the red pill is primarily information. You can judge its information based on whether or not it's accurate to reality, but that has nothing to do with morality. And you can draw whatever conclusions you want from that and create whatever prescriptions and say, hey, do this or do that based on that information. And so, yes, Christians can take information about how people are living and what they're doing and create prescriptions about what to do that match scripture. Correct. Red pill's a tool. Yeah.
Founded the alt-right media outlet The Daily Wire. Although considered fringe at the time, the website focused on providing its content.
Christians really need to stop using the word covenant like it's some special, sanctified, biblically original word when it just means agreement or legally binding contract. Well, okay, so it actually is slightly different. A contract is something that you would like. I forgot the exact breakdown of it. I read a breakdown on the differences between a covenant and a contract. One of the biggest differences is that a covenant is almost always involves blood. Which, by the way, is one of the reasons why the hymen mattered. Especially, like in the Old Testament, that was a part of it. That was part of the marriage process. The woman had to show proof of virginity on their wedding night. And there was recourse that you could go through because, again, there's something about blood that seals that contract. Again, Abraham cutting covenant with God, animals cut in half, blood sacrifices. Jesus on the cross, blood being shed for us. So it carries much more weight than a simple contract because it is more. That's just one of the ways that it's different. It is actually structurally slightly different, and I can't remember what the exact difference is, so I'm not going to get into it now. But it is they actually aren't the same thing.
Exclusively in digital spaces, largely foregoing the television and radio that dominated the Manosphere 1.0 era. Shapiro's early push towards cornering media markets on social media and YouTube has paid dividends.
Manosphere 2.0.
The Daily Wire was generating more.
Daily Wire, yeah, because this isn't really relevant to what we're talking about.
So
Ted Cruz and Tucker Carlson, I guess, are Manosphere 2.0.
First, the sheer quantity and breadth of Manosphere 3.0 influencers is truly astounding. Content relating to masculinity has exploded in popularity over the past several years. And Manosphere influencers are popping up in almost any male-oriented hobby or interest that you can imagine. You've got Aiden Ross, who began his Twitch career streaming the NBA 2K video game with LeBron's son Bronny, but has since evolved into a Trump sycophant. Pictured here gifting Trump a MAGA-themed Tesla. Or Bradley Martin, a popular fitness content creator who had to have tariffs explained to him like a 5-year-old in an interview where he explained why he voted for Trump.
Is it that simple though?
Yeah.
I don't think it is. I don't think it's that straightforward.
No, tariffs are pretty cut and dry. It's just basically when you say you're implementing a tariff.
Why are we talking about tariffs? What does this have to do with women? This is actually kind of garbage. But 210,000 people 211,000 people watched it. So people are believing that this is some kind of slam dunk critique
You're
against.
purchasing from the country.
Again, I'm just looking for anybody out there that's got a coherent critique of the Manosphere and the Red Pill and all of that. I want to see, are we wrong? Is anybody actually debunking us? I'm looking, guys. I'm not seeing it, but I'm trying. I'm looking. Also, I want to know what the ratio on this is, because 8.8K for 200,000, that's not a good amount of likes. I'd like to know what the dislike ratio is. I need to get the dislike button back.
That has a tariff for all whatever the goods are that
completely devoid of knowledge or depth. Tim Kaine pointing this out.
What are we Tim Waltz? What are we talking about Tim Waltz and Trump for? This has nothing to do. Oh, Theo Vaughn is now Manosphere? What does this have to do with anything?
To understand why and how Trump's relationship with the Manosphere began.
Trump is the Manosphere? Okay, this guy, okay, yeah, this is not an argument. This is not a sensible argument against the Manosphere. Because it is not talking about anything that's red pill related or he didn't even talk about women's behavior at all, nothing. Anyways, let's see, what was her, Rise and Fall of the Girl. Okay, podcast bro epidemic. Hobby double standard. What is she talking about? Girls. Feminism is out. Misogyny is in. I doubt that's true. Miss Sandry is very much in. Feminism is not out. It is the law of the land today. Boyfriends are still last year. I don't know. I don't know what she's talking about. Yeah. I don't know. Guys, I'm not seeing arguments that are actually leveled at like the information stuff that that any of us present. None of them are coherent. None of them make any sense. None of them are actually supported by data. This guy tried. He tried. Good effort. He ignored the data that the Red Pill presents, wrapped that stuff up into straw men, and then presented different data that ranges from untrustworthy to data that disproves his own point. We have women who are just telling stories and using a bunch of emotional framing. No information. We have people who aren't even talking about the actual Manosphere itself. They're talking about a completely different thing. I have yet to see anything relevant. Hey, it's John from It's Complicated. Why don't you contact Paul Elam and appear on his podcast, Repairing the Manosphere? That's a good idea. I should do that. I haven't talked to Paul yet. I find that in this sort of, I know that there's a bit, so I know, I think it's funny that so many people think that the Manosphere is all a bunch of, it's the same. They're all saying the same things, all the same talking points. And then I go and I watch guys like, Rollo and Paul Elam, they're fighting on Twitter. They completely disagree about stuff. And like John is getting into some of that debate. He's constantly tangling with Rollo and disagreeing on stuff. And it's like, no, these guys we're not all on the same page saying the same things. It's not it. Yeah, Red Pill is already so old, overused, and diluted, it barely means anything. Yeah. But yeah, I would definitely like to talk to Paul. I should email him again. The last time I emailed him, he's like, I'm still setting up the podcast and circle back later. So maybe it's time to circle back. Totally unbiased. Some people in the Manosphere are tangentially related to the right. Therefore, they're evil wrong. Yeah. Yeah, they're somewhat connected to the conservative side of the spectrum. So, yeah, again, it's heuristic thinking. We've already attached all kinds of negative moral value to the Red Pill and the Manosphere by saying by saying that the Tate brothers and Myron Gaines all represent the Manosphere. They are the Manosphere. They're the thing. And those guys are evil, despicable people. Therefore, the entire Red Pill and the Manosphere, we don't even need to tell anybody what they're saying. We just say the words Red Pill and it already means evil. And so now, yeah, you're going to see a lot of people on the left just using Red Pill and Manosphere as pejoratives because it's already, in their minds, saturated with negative moral connotation. easy attack, easy heuristic, very low resolution thinking, very easy. Yeah, BreadTube is projecting. The left is far more of a hive mind than the Manosphere on the right. Yes, and we looked at that before. There's that chart that shows the differentiations of like ideological beliefs or and worldview viewpoints on the left versus the right. And the left, it's this just tiny little dot, and on the right, it's this big blob that's all interconnected, and all these people see things very differently. Yeah. Yeah. So let's look at a couple of things that the red pill actually does say that do come from some data that might one way or another sway how men view women and dating.
Sexually attractive a woman found her man, the more she wanted other men when she was most fertile. This is one of the most black-pilling studies I've ever seen, which tracked how women's attraction to their romantic partner and other men changed around ovulation, which is the time of the month when a woman is the most likely to get pregnant. And the pattern was brutal. If a woman saw her partner as highly sexually attractive, her desire stayed more focused on him. But if she saw her partner as less sexually attractive, her desire for other men went up, but her desire for her own partner did not go up with it. Oh, it gets worse. The less sexually attractive the man was, the more love and attention he gave his partner when she was most fertile. So at the same exact time her desire was shifting to other men, he was becoming more affectionate to her. The less sexually attractive...
Woof. Okay, so basically, I mean, we shouldn't need a study to tell us this, but when a woman's body wants to reproduce, and it's ready to go, her gut, her instincts want to seek out the best genes. Okay, this is not revolutionary. This is not crazy. It just kind of is what it is. And if she believes the man that she's with has the best genes, then yes, she's going to want him. She's going to be really focused on him. If she doesn't feel like he's going to give her the highest quality baby, yeah, her body is and her instincts are going to want to get some better genes in there. We shouldn't need a study to tell us this, but yeah, that's how it is. This is the kind of stuff the guys are looking at and going, oh, shoot. Yeah, I guess attraction matters. Just being nice, chore play, all that stuff. No, that's not what activates her. Yeah. This guy has a channel where he puts out a bunch of stuff like this. He just tells stats and stuff. So yeah, this is just a thing. It just is what's happening. And again, this is why I say you can't just accept women's nature and say that's just how it is. Or you definitely can't do what the blue pill guys say and just go, oh, well, that would mean that women are immoral. And we cannot accept that outcome. Therefore, this cannot be true. At that point, you're just denying reality. You can't do that either. No. If this is how women are behaving, well, again, sugar, food, junk food. Their body's going to want it, but you have to train them to behave better. If they're married to a guy, they made a covenant with that man. It doesn't matter how her body feels about it. She needs to remain loyal to the man that she's with. Still continue to treat him with love and respect. Sure, yeah, she's not going to be super attracted to him and desire him. Okay, and that's going to affect their relationship and make things worse. And yeah, sure, you can tell the man that if he wants his wife to be attracted to him, he needs to become a better man. Fine, you can say that, but you cannot excuse the other side of it where the woman is just allowed to just, well, this is my nature. This is what I'm feeling. My feelings are correct. So I got to get out and go sleep with a better man. Yeah. Yeah. You're correct about the blood element of ancient covenants. However, we Christians overlook the fact that this was common practice before. This was common practice for covenant agreements the Bible adopted. Yeah. It was normal back then. A covenant was a normal thing back then. Today, we've sort of replaced that entirely with the idea of a contract. That's why marriage today is you sign a marriage contract. But yes, you're right. Bull Shark, I don't know. Let's see here. How about, I don't know, rejecting the flesh like the Bible teaches for all human beings, for goodness sake? Exactly. That's what I'm saying. This is simply just information that describes what women's flesh will pull them to do. That does not make it right. That does not mean we should pretend that this doesn't happen or that it's just not real. Because then, oh my goodness, we might actually have to admit that women have a sinful flesh. No, what it means is you acknowledge the truth, you admit it, and you teach women to reject their flesh. You incentivize them to better things. Yeah. Best way to avoid women trying to kill their babies. Yeah. Teach them to reject their flesh. Brutal, it's hard for men to fix a woman's attraction to other men. There's not a ton you can do to fix the feelings. But again, the starting assumption everybody seems to have is that women's feelings just are correct, and women should and always must be perfectly and completely allowed to follow their feelings wherever they lead. That we should never place guardrails or restraints or consequences on women for following feelings that lead them to bad behaviors. No, you're right. You can't always change the feeling. It is hard to do. It's not impossible, by the way. A lot of this, the loss of attraction in today's modern world that women are experiencing comes from social media. Just media in general. Constant comparison to better men. How many of these women who are doing this and experiencing this wouldn't if they were just, an old, they were in the medieval times where they only knew 16 people total in their village. Sure, her body might have an inclination to that, but there's just nobody around that she's like, oh, this guy's so much better. No, when you have thousands, if not millions of options constantly available on women's phones, yeah, it's going to inflame this stuff much more and give them much more access or perception of it, an opportunity to it. Maybe one of the ways that you protect women's attraction to men is that you incentivize them to get off of apps. Because those things will influence and inflate women's standards for attraction. This is the way dopamine systems work. The more dopamine hits you get, the more dopamine it requires to give you the hit in the first place. So if women are constantly getting dopamine hits from seeking after highly attractive men that they see on their phone, that's going to readjust what is required to give them that hit in the first place. But you know how you fix that? You stop the flow of dopamine hits. Allow their body to recalibrate, reach a different, healthier homeostasis. It's not that it's impossible. There are ways to affect change on this. So, it's not easy. I'm just saying, all I'm saying is it's possible. And because it's possible, that is the best option for us as Christians to seek. Is to acknowledge what women's flesh is pulling them towards, but guard them against things that inflame their flesh and hold them to standards of behavior and use accountability and discipline measures when they get things wrong. Incentivize them to better things. What else?
That's not really a thing.
You thought it was like almost a red flag that he was too nice.
I think I was just like not ready to accept all of that yet.
How would a husband enforce this? specifically with social media, that's and like, yeah, those kind of apps and all those things that bring comparison into her life. That's one that you start off when you're dating. You really need to begin that when you're dating and just be like, hey, I'm not going to marry a person that's constantly viewing content, puts other guys in front of them that you might consider more attractive than me. Now, of course, she's going to say, oh, what are you, insecure? Because you're essentially limiting her options. You're putting a restraint on her. That activates another one of her fleshly instincts, the instinct to maintain control and power. But that's what you do, is you start there and just be like, hey, this is my standard. I'm not going to marry a woman who's doing this, who's addicted to looking at comparative material. Just not gonna. Now, if you're already married and you're realizing, oh shoot, I need to start putting some fences, it may require that you change churches first, because you're probably going to need the help of pastors and elders who will support you. There are very few churches, as we're discovering right now. There are very few churches who would actually do that, but that's your best shot. Is, first of all, you start by stating the boundary and say, hey, I'm concerned about how this stuff is influencing you. Now, if you're already married, you are supposed to be the head of the household. You should, according to scripture, be able to issue a command to your wife and say, hey, I'm concerned about this, and so I'm cutting off access to this. I have a concern for your health, for your mental health, for your spiritual health, for your safety, for your sanctification. So I need to do this to protect you. So I'm enforcing a boundary and I'm saying, no, you may not have these anymore. That's where, there's a high probability she's going to resist that for a lot of modern women today. Because they've been told and trained that, no, I need to, men can't tell me what to do. I need to have all of my access and all of my options available to me. So she'll probably call it some kind of abuse or controlling behavior and go to your elders. And it's at that point where you need to make sure you're at the right kind of church. This is one of those things where it would be really helpful if we had more of those right kind of churches, and why I put it on us to start building them now. The nower the better. Because, yeah, it's impossible. I've tried for years. Yeah, well, yeah, that's just it. We need to make it possible. Yeah, from my wife. Additionally, don't put up with a woman consuming drama content. It will put ideas in her head about you and eventually lead her to make you someone you aren't. Yeah, that was actually something that happened early on in our marriage, is he was watching some like highly dramatic stuff, and it was causing her to apply. Actually, this was more when we were dating, but it was causing her to like apply those thoughts to me when it had nothing to do with me. And we both kind of realized, hey, this is not good. This needs to come to a stop. And then she says that I'm doing this to protect you worked so well on me because all I wanted was to feel safe. Yeah, with a woman who actually appreciates it when you protect her, yes. The fact that if you make it clear that I'm not doing this for me, primarily, I'm doing this to protect you as well. Yeah, and it still works to follow through. It still works because you follow through. You are keeping boundaries, or you are keeping me and Gunnar safe with your boundaries and authority. Yeah, but that's our job as husbands. If we're doing it according to what the Bible says, our job is to protect. Well, how are we supposed to protect the wife if she's the one that's actually the boss and we can't actually issue any commands and use authority? And she gets to decide, nope, I get to decide whatever I watch, whatever apps I have. It's my choice. How are you supposed to protect her from her own decisions? Yeah, like when women have bad dreams about their man and think it was real. That happened to Z once or twice, yeah. But she was very quick to wake up and go, wait a second, wait, that's not him. Never mind. And then rolls over and goes back to sleep. Factory 2590. I would like to show you a magazine documenting the beginning of the Manosphere 2009. How's that best done? If you're on the Discord, the best way to do it is to send it into like the content ideas place. If you have a link to it, you could send it. You could probably technically send it here in the chat. We can maybe take a look at it if we can. Yeah. Anyways,
I was like coming out of that, like a long relationship, a divorce. Like, I was just like chaotic.
Yeah.
I think I needed some chaos first.
Yes. Meeting a night.
Yeah, worst case scenario, she calls it emotional abuse and files a false DV claim. Yeah. Which is why once it starts to get to this stage, start recording. If there's one thing that like interviewing guys who've been through these divorces has taught me, record. Once you even sense that things are going a little bit sideways, start recording. It can save your life. Because yes, women do have that sort of leverage that they can pull. This is why, again, you need to be at the best church, the most pro-man church, pro-male leadership, pro-patriarchy preferably, church that you can be. And you need to record anything and everything that gives you the spidey senses tingle that this might go a little weird.
Nice guy that's actually going to treat you well. You're like, wait, can you pause for 2 seconds?
Yeah.
Let me
Yeah,
get
I'll
my
be
shit
back.
together and I'll come back.
Yeah, totally.
Okay.
I felt bad for men, watching this for those good guys, because I can just imagine being willing to do and die for someone and being into them and wanting to really show them that they're worth all these things and being told, not quite ready for you. I need to just plunge into some darkness for a hot minute and then we'll just hang out. Holy Mother of Earth. No, ladies, not the way to do it. You got to treasure those guys when they come along. Bottom line.
Nice.
Yeah, because they're not always going to keep coming along. Eventually, they get wise. And they start turning into those Manosphere bros. Oh, yeah, that is when the Manosphere pulls those guys away from these ladies. That's when they lose their boyfriend or their husband to the Manosphere. Ladies, it is not the Manosphere that is convincing women about your behavior. It's you. You are telling them how you act. You can see the pride on her face as she says it. I want to end with this one because this probably encapsulates this whole discussion better than anything else. So there's this woman out here, I don't know, Tanya Plibersek. She's a person somewhere in some sort of authoritative role. I don't know. I believe she was pushing for legislation to try to limit or restrict the Manosphere and the Red Pill. She says, it takes 23 minutes for a social media account mimicking a 16 to 18-year-old boy to be fed misogynistic content. There's that framing, no evidence, no proof, just assumption of misogyny. A lot of times all it is just people saying, hey, this is how women act, this is the truth. Like, this would qualify as misogynistic content, by the way. So would this. So we don't know what that means. These posts reframe everyday frustrations, rejection, loneliness, personal setbacks as evidence of a system stacked against boys and men. If governments want to evict this ecosystem of outrage from our societies, we have to push back on the algorithms that amplify it and offer young men the purpose, connection, and community we all crave. Sounds great. Sounds like this is totally reasonable. Wow, yeah, the algorithms are pushing guys into this space. It's the algorithm's fault. So we need to clamp down on these algorithms and get them away from this misogynistic content. Because we've already proven and completely demonstrated that it's just is, all of it, by definition, misogynistic. No, we don't need to have a discussion about that. That part's already settled. We just need to figure out how to get rid of it. Because it's obviously the thing to blame. Right. Problem. Well, a couple of problems. One, no, it's not proven that it's misogyny. Not every word out of our mouths is automatic misogyny. Sometimes we just say this is what is. Will not allow me to send a drive link. Discord is arcane to me. Then that's a good question. I don't know then. Yeah, I don't know what the best way for that is. You could try looking at in the website. Go to the EP website. I think there's a link to it in the description on this video. You can find the the website has a contact form. Should be able to get it to my email. Yeah, women's toxic behaviors promoting the manosphere. Well, yeah, that's exactly it. Is they're assuming that this is all the fault of the algorithm pushing it. So hey, all we need to do is clamp down on the algorithm. Don't let people just talk about how women behave. It's in the chat. Which chat? I don't know. Anyways, this guy tends to respond quite eloquently to a lot of these straw man attacks. He says, this is Corey Rogers, he says, this claim falls apart the second you look at the actual analytics. The chat allowed it? Let's see here. Which chat? Is it on Discord? Or here on YouTube? Because I don't see it on YouTube. Anyways, we'll figure it out. We'll get there. But anyways, yeah. This claim falls apart the second you look at the actual analytics. Most Manosphere creators aren't primarily reaching 16-year-old boys. Their audiences are overwhelmingly men over 25 who've lived through divorce, rejection, family court, bad relationships, and years of being told that every problem is somehow their fault. Funny how nobody demands that governments dismantle the endless stream of openly misandrous content aimed at young women, which younger women do gravitate towards, by the way. The less experienced women do tend to fall for it and gravitate towards it. Whereas with men, this content, again, doesn't resonate till they get more experience, get older. Podcasts and social media can call men useless, dangerous, disposable, and inferior all day long, and it gets packaged as empowerment. Apparently, hatred only becomes dangerous when men start talking back. All right, we start responding to the misandry. The outrage isn't really about protecting boys. It's coming from women who don't want men educated, comparing experiences, or holding women accountable. There it is. They don't want men to know. They think, oh, well, yeah. They're saying it as the red pill. The algorithm is pushing guys to this lying, dishonest content about women. No, men don't start to accept this content and view it consistently until they get older. They get experienced. They go through it. And they're looking for something to explain what happened to them. And they're a little bit frustrated maybe because they've been held accountable their whole lives, but the women around them haven't been. And they want that to change. But these women, they don't want that. They don't want guys to know what it is that they're doing. Because that's, again, we're just talking about what women do. All this stuff. You can do whatever you want with that information. We're just talking about what they do. And if anything, the prescriptions we're saying, hey, we need accountability for these behaviors. These are bad behaviors, by and large, a lot of this stuff. And it needs accountability. It needs restraints. But they don't want that. They want to be able to remain totally free, keep all of their options, be able to be as misandrist and abusive and selfish as they want. Without any consequence. Without anybody, not just no consequence, they don't want anybody to know about it. so that so that no one ever looks at them badly. No one ever judges them. This is good. The outrage isn't really about protecting boys. It's coming from women who don't want men educated, comparing, experiencing, or holding women accountable. They were comfortable when men were confused, isolated, and silent. Essentially, this is like, hey, we liked you guys better when we could do whatever we want and you couldn't talk about it and you had no idea. And you thought this was all weird. We liked it better when you thought our behaviors were outliers and that, oh yeah, there's just a good one out there somewhere. We liked it better when we were able to say, no, this is all your fault. You are the problem. We're just reacting and responding to all of your failures and inadequacies. And we liked it better when nobody challenged that. Now men are recognizing patterns, setting boundaries, and refusing to be blamed for everything. Suddenly, that conversation needs to be destroyed. And apparently, they need to use legislation to do it. Yeah. Do you think there's any way to get women to hear the voices of men? If so, how, since the manosphere is just seen as misogynistic? That's a good question. It needs to come from people that they already trust. This is one of the reasons why it's going to be so important to try to either retake or rebuild institutions like church and education for that matter too. This is why primarily, especially fathers need to take back up their mantle, start telling the truth again. Because if this stuff comes from their father, they'll be far more likely to accept it. In fact, a lot of the times, the women who are the best women are the ones who are raised by based dads. Like Z's dad, not like red pill or anything like that, but he's a pretty basic dude. Didn't put up with a whole lot from her. Didn't let her get away with very much. That raises women into becoming better. Red pill women need to speak out. There's some of that, yeah, and that's kind of happening, but I don't know that women are necessarily listening to each other. A lot of the red pill women out there are mostly speaking to men. So I don't know that that's really the most effective thing. I think it needs to come from the pulpit. It needs to come from men of influence, pastors. Because right now, currently, the ladies are able to look to their particular pastor and hear affirmations and white knights swooping into their defense. That needs to change. I want to show you guys one last thing. I gotta be careful with this as I do this, because this is slightly risky. I'm taking you behind the scenes because I want to prove what this guy said. He said that the data and the metrics say overwhelmingly the guys don't get into this stuff. It's not kids. It's over 25. So I want to show you something. If I can get in here. If it will load. I want to show you guys my channel's general analytics. Some of the behind the scenes. Specifically, we're going to look at the age demographics. Well, I gotta set this up. All right. Here it is. So, gender, 98% male. Women are not listening to me. And overwhelming, almost 42%. It's 25 to 34. Next biggest is 35 to 44. Only 2% are actually kids. Like teenagers, 13 to 17. Only 2% of my viewers are in that age range that this woman is talking about. And only 9% are in the 18 to 24, so young adults. Dang, I'm part of the 8.7%. Yeah. But the vast majority of the guys who watch this are the guys who've been through it. They've been out in the trenches. Sent the link via the contact form. Okay, let me pull up my email then. See what this looks like. So now you got me curious. Interesting. This is quite long. I'll have to take a look at this at some point. The counter-feminist issue. Ooh. Mr. M. Bloggers missing the mark. Angry Harry takes issue with the lack of honesty. Yeah, demystifying patriarchy. Find out what they mean when they say patriarchy and why it should offend the hell out of you. Okay. Denigration of men, real or imagined. Interesting. Yeah, I'll have to take a look at that at some point. Yeah. Yep, I am the statistic and have post-divorce clarity now. Praise God. Isn't like the oldest Gen Z around 30 now? Pretty close. Yeah, Gen Z is... I think they're slightly older than people think. But I'm not super demographics expert, bro. Kind of guy. So, anyways, I think that's a good place to end it for today. So what did we learn? We learned that there are a lot of people out there who don't like the Manosphere, but also they really have no idea what the Manosphere is. There's a lot of different definitions being thrown around. A lot of straw men. We looked and couldn't find any counter arguments that actually made any sense. They didn't really follow logical rules. So, yeah. And hey, that's not to say that this is every anti-Red Pillar, anti-Manosphere argument in existence, or that these are even the best ones. I don't know. Maybe there's ones out there that make more sense, but I couldn't find them. These were the tip of the spear that I was able to find. And they didn't stick. Not with me. What we saw was a lot of moralizing, attaching moral value to simple pieces of information. Raphael, more like Raphael. That's a good one. Yeah. Holding them, yeah, what we learned, holding women accountable is the solution to ending the Manosphere. Will people do it? Don't hold your breath. Yeah, pretty much. You may be happy to know I and another reclaimer met up using EP Discord. We're going to keep talking and see how we can best contribute. That's awesome. Like in person, like in real life. That's something, by the way, guys, if you're on the Discord, oh shoot, is the map still broken? I need to fix the map. It might require a subscription of something. I don't know. We'll get it working. But I want you guys to be able to use the Discord as a community tool first and foremost, to build brotherhood. If you can meet up with other guys in your area, start prayer groups, start a house church, start anything. Start a hunting and fishing club. Go to the shooting range, whatever. Just get hanging out. Just build community, build brotherhood. Dr. Epic, is there a new label / movement we could come up with that distances us from things we don't agree with and more accurately reflects our faith? That's why we started over on the Discord calling ourselves Reclaimers. Because that's what we're attempting to do, is from our perspective, all of these problems stem from terminal feminism. We have a bad case of terminal feminism, woman worship, misandry, and all the things that come from it. And the only way for us to fix any of that is to reclaim, first, churches, institutions, from the things that have been overwhelmed and slowly co-opted by those evil forces. So we're trying to reclaim what belongs to God for God by taking it back from those who worship women instead of God. So, Reclaimers. You can call it the Reclamation Movement. It's not quite a reformation. It may get there someday, but covert feminism everywhere, behind every blade of grass. Yeah. Yeah, we can go out in pairs now, how like Jesus sent out the disciples, yeah. Cool. But yes, that's what I would like for us to do, is start by just building brotherhood, by building community. So, that's where we're at. Use the Discord to your advantage. And consider becoming a channel member. If you'd like shorter clips from these live streams, go check out the second channel, EP Extras. There will be a link in the pinned comment later on. I'm trying to forget if there's any other, not trying to forget, I'm trying to remember if there are any other things we should say. Nope, I don't think so. Okay, we prayed to start, let's pray to end. Heavenly Father, thank you for being with us. Thank you for protecting us. I pray that you'll go with each and every one of these men, protect their hearts, protect them from things like bitterness, from the influence of the enemy, things that the world, the devil, and our own flesh want to pull us into, the darkness that we're so prone to. I pray that you'll bring us back to light and help us to bring light into these situations. Help us to be truthful and look honestly into the realities of this situation, the realities of where we find ourselves. Help us to tell the truth, but seek answers that bring people closer to you. And if that means that we have to tear down some idols, cast down some unequal scales, uneven weights, then Lord, give us the strength to do that. Protect us from the enemy as we do that. Open eyes, open hearts, open minds to hear your word, to see your truth in your way. Help us to remove the poisons of worldliness, feminism, and misandry from this world, and especially from your church and your people. Pray this in Jesus' name. Amen. All right, guys. That's all we got for today. Go forth. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon or evening. And we'll see you soon. Peace.